GC has a launch this afternoon, so sadly I think we might miss it, of the Ocean Investment Protocol. And this is aligning financial flows with a transition to a sustainable ocean economy. So they're launching that mechanism this afternoon, and they'll be attending the BEF in Monaco, the Blue Economic Finance Forum, and then also presenting that out at the UNOC and at the OOSC going forwards. And given they're co-conveners for this work, sadly they weren't able to be here because they're busy with their launch events, and we're all having to travel to Nice soon. But they are very much working alongside us with this work. So we'll be able to feed back into their work and then into ours. We have thought up adaptive and informed ocean governance, and this hasn't particularly come through as an ocean action just yet, but there's a lot of work with the IPOS ideas, and there's a lot of discussion around, which is the Intergovernmental Platform for Ocean Sustainability, if I have that acronym correct. So they're working on some stuff, and they'll be engaging with our UNOC events as well. Capacity enhancement, this is critical. And we talk about capacity, we all put it into our funding proposals when we ask for projects and funding and things, but is it tangible? How do we take it forwards? How do we make sure it keeps going? So we're going to present a little bit later on Econ SA and the mechanism that we've worked on with Saimi to take that forwards. Next slide, please. Food security and blue foods, that's why we're here today. So we're going to have an interesting discussion after lunch, just before lunch, sorry, about this particular aspect. And we have a number of people that have come forward with some ideas on blue foods and aquaculture. Understanding and conserving and restoring marine ecosystems, understanding the dynamics resulting in the impacts of translocation of species. These two have not yet really got an ocean action behind them. It's not to say that it doesn't need one. It was just ideas that we had at the beginning, so just feeding back on some of that. And then renewable energies and just energy transition. And so this could include the decarbonisation of shipping, which is a discussion point that we've been having with the UNGC and with Saimi, but it also looks at renewable energies in the ocean, using the ocean. And we have not yet engaged with industry around this, something that potentially we could look at into the future. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. Wow, God, I forgot it. All right, so our lovely Melissa is in charge of all of our socials. Thank heavens, because if it was me, nothing would get out. I constantly have to ask her how to do the @ or how to do the hashtag. But these are all of our socials. We have a website live now. We've got an email address. So if you want to know more, if you want to engage more, please stay in touch with us. And I will stop there for questions. Thank you. Any questions at this stage from the audience? We are going to feed back a lot of the ocean action, so there might be some interesting ideas that come forth that you might want to get involved with. Please bear in mind this is an interactive discussion today. We want to get as much engagement as possible. And we have got people online, and Nicole's monitoring our online chat as well. We both are. Any questions at the moment? Great, that was obviously the best presentation ever. So we can go to number 2. Yeah. We can share them as PDFs. I will double check with everyone who put the presentations together before we do that. But those from ourselves, we can definitely share online. We want as much information out there as possible. Okay. Oh, it's so much wrong. Okay. Was there anything you wanted to feedback about the event in the last 2 days, the outreach event, particularly from the point of view of the community?
Thanks, Terry. I actually didn't expect that I would be giving this feedback. I thought it was Katie and Mary Jane's welcoming remarks. Like I'm on the spot, but I'm going to go. So we had incredible ocean connections, conversations with the communities. It's already been said that It was a couple of communities around Ngombela, and we looked at this in three ways. One of the ways was really to see how we impact as communities the oceans. So, yeah, and we looked at rivers, things running downstream. In fact, if one considers something called H2O education, something we devised some time ago, means hilltop from hilltop to ocean floor. So we always involved in what happens in the oceans. In the ocean literacy principle number 6, that states humans and oceans are inextricably connected, and it is not just for coastal communities but also inland. We then had a team in the science engagement that really engaged the communities, looking at those rivers, looking at what we do on land, and how that carries through to the oceans in estuaries and so on. Part of the conversations also included presentations by experts, just to look at how the oceans are beneficial to the communities. And they treated subjects like weather and climate. Yeah, it was good to look at that as well. We have Rabochen, Raflaki, and Wakabo. I don't see her, and yeah, and it was great to have that. The other way in which we looked at the discussions included opportunities, how to access or getting involved in blue economy and things like those. Malcolm and Tando actually spoke to those opportunities, and I think it was great for communities to see what is out there for them, even inland. So it's important to look at why the oceans are important to inland. I must say, in ending the feedback, that the minister carried a lot in his speech, supported by the principals of DSTI, in Dr. Gilbert Siko and Dr. Mary Jane from Seyon, how these interactions needs to happen and the importance therefore. So I'll end my feedback here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Okay, so there were two questions in the chat I just quickly want to deal with. So Esther and Will, how can external researchers become involved and support taking this research forward in South Africa? So Esther, my best suggestion would be have a look through what we're going to present after tea. Let me just get my schedule up here. Yes. So from about 11:15, we're going to present on those ocean actions that have been strengthened, we have been working on so far. Sorry, my words are not working together. And then I'll actually be presenting some other ocean actions that have been suggested by the community, by different people, industry, and we can have that discussion about how to move forwards. If there's something else that you think we can tangibly help you develop the partnerships, help build the pieces together. I'm not saying we're going to get it all right straight away. I'm not even promising we're going to get it right before November, but we want to try and build those blocks together and see those partnerships. So have a look, and then by all means get hold of us on our email or myself directly or Nicole, and we can see how we can take that forward. So we'd be very glad to have more inputs from the different external researchers. And then from an industry side, Unati messages to say, very sorry not making it from a maritime business chamber perspective, and they would really like to engage. But then again, please get in touch with us. We're keen to build these relationships further as we go. I don't know if Maki's online and if she's able to unmute. We just need to check that, Nicole. Do we have the second presentation up, please? Oh, voila. So one of the topics that came up while we were waiting for that, one of the topics that came up at the Ocean20 launch, which we wanted to try and get more of a definition of, was the taxonomy around ocean economy. And it's an interesting discussion point, and we're going to try and have an interactive working arrangement now between ourselves. And those online, please, we'll monitor the chat. Please put your ideas and topics either into the chat or into the Q&A, and we will capture them with Melissa here in the front as well. There's a sharing online, I can see that. So yeah, so we wanted to look at this ocean economy taxonomy. And Naki, who is the CEO of Projectized and based in Johannesburg, brought up this discussion on the panel that we had in this event. And we wanted to unpack this a little bit now before tea as a team and just figure out what exactly we're meaning and how we take this knowledge forwards, and we'll have a discussion around that. So next slide, please. And don't worry, I'm not doing this one alone. You don't have to listen to my voice the whole time. So as a team, what do you understand by the term ocean economy? Hands up in the air. What is it? What do you understand by ocean economy? I can, yeah. Well, we want to start us off? Sophia.
So I think it's the economic activities that are taking place in the ocean related to the ocean.
Okay, economic activities. Audrey's going to have the answer.
I'm not Audrey.
No.
I am blessed to know a man called Audrey. I'm going to take a slightly different view on the ocean's economy. All economies are reliant on the ocean.
Wow. Okay, that's profound. Yes, try and move cargo around the ocean.
Thanks, Demi. Let me go on to we hear about the green economy, the knowledge economy, etc. I was once told that there is only one economy. The term economy and one ocean is separate. So I would define that if those parts of the economy that have a kind of where the ocean has then if we go to the earlier definition, we just take transport and global trade, and every part of the economy is linked to the ocean. But if we want to support the ocean, that part of the economy gets intricately linked to the ocean, and we can extend what are those direct value chains. We'll extend right through, but looking at those core activities, core economic activities. We have a deep association or reliance, where the ocean is either an enabler or a threat. A bit complex. I haven't done ChatGPT or really to see what AI says.
Good. Is it in the Q&A? Yes, Ken, we do wish for input online. Can the online participants unmute themselves? Yes, go ahead, Ken.
Tammy, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Tammy?
No, Ken.
Hello, can you hear me?
We cannot hear you.
It doesn't appear that I'm unmuted.
Are we able to unmute online? They can hear him online, but they can't. We can't hear him. Sorry. Stand by. We have technical. So another person online has added the sustainability and growth inclusive alongside ocean-based development. And Zumbozo has noted encompasses all economic activities that utilize the ocean's resources sustainably. The ultimate goal is to promote economic growth and create jobs while preserving the health of the ecosystem. We have those two bringing forward particularly sustainability and job creation. While we wait to see if we can get Ken as a microphone, do you want to add anything, Odwa?
Thanks very much. The South African Information and Maritime Institute has been working on trying to track the definition of the oceans. And where we are at the moment is the premise of two things. One is the extraction of natural resources from the ocean. And second is the use by those in proximity to the ocean. So those are the two pillars that we work on to make sure that the potential in the definition that is accepted most and may not be and this is the office who's going to dispute our definition.
Would you like to hand to him? Yeah.
No, because I have to protect myself. I believe
Thank you. Is Ken able to talk?
Can you guys hear me?
Just busy updating that. So Ken's
Can
added
you-
in the chat though, the aggregate sectoral contribution of ocean industries to national economies. We propose this differs vastly from the blue economy. So Ken's actually leading us into the very next question, and you can add the next slide, please, is what do we understand by the term blue economy? So any further ideas of the difference between an ocean economy and a blue economy? Maybe can you tell us your name and where you're from, as well? Which job you're protecting?
Yeah, so the blue economy in most of the case is referred to the economy that are in ocean and is so it's those but for coastal
happening in the ocean that do not pose danger to the ocean. Thanks.
Thank you. So Ken's also added here, blue economies are sustainable and inclusive ocean economies. So that being the difference. Is it okay now? Ken, you should be able to unmute now. Would you like to add anything else? Hmm? Oh. Unmute. Ken, are you unmuted? Okay, Ken, unmute and you should be able to talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Right, thank you. It was not allowing me to unmute. Thanks, Tammy. I think these are really, really important questions to be raising in this context. We have for a number of years, and in fact, even co-authored publications with SAON, I think, in relation to the differences between an ocean economy and a blue economy and how we understand these. And I think these have really, really important ramifications in, for example, when we start talking about things like blue finance, what sort of particular sectors would we include in a blue financing model? Is that based on an ocean economy and therefore would include all sectors, regardless of their sustainability and inclusive component. By sectors here, I'm meaning particularly in the industry areas, fisheries, hydrocarbons, tourism, etc. I think it's just really, really important to be very clear. There are a myriad, huge range of different definitions of what we mean by an ocean economy and a blue economy. But I think it's really, really important that we have a clear definition going forward of what we're talking about here. And I'm really pleased to see this taxonomy being included in discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Unati's also added in the chat, the blue economy broadly relates to a sustainable ocean economy, the economic activities associated with the ocean, seas and coastal regions that allows for resource use while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystems. So, going off a little off-piste, as I sometimes do, does this then, the blue economy, and you raised this earlier, does this include our rivers? Our estuarine systems, yes, but our rivers and our inland fisheries and aquaculture linked to rivers. And I want to hold on to that sentiment until we have the blue food discussion a bit later on, and just pick this up again, because I think it's quite important, and this is how we hope to engage further. Okay, Moreni says, blue economy promotes the economic development. So at this stage, I think the next slide will take us into Nicole's part of the presentation. So I'm going to welcome her up here on stage to take on and just show us a bit more about these definitions as they've been defined in papers.
So yes, as Ken indicated, this is still, I didn't want to say a contested term, so I said developing. But yeah, so this again just shows some definitions there. And I think as Ken also indicated, the movement towards sustainability, inclusivity, being, equitable economies is where this is moving towards. And we don't agree with some organizations or people who have in the past said that we can keep this term open. I think that that is not how we can work. If it doesn't have any meaning, then what are we really talking about? And so that distinction between what an ocean economy is, where you could still have sectors that impact the oceans negatively, those would still fall under the blue economy. Things like transportation, where you don't necessarily doesn't really have much of an impact on the ocean potentially itself, except for noise and some of those other issues. But where the impact there is maybe on the fuel that is burnt, but it doesn't require a healthy ecosystem to function. The ships don't need a healthy ecosystem to function. So in that regard, we could speak to those ocean economies, whereas the blue economy would be that sustainability aspect that we are bringing into it. But we would want to say, and I think this has come in out of a lot of different African research papers, where we're not just talking about sustainability, but because we know what our issues are, it needs to be inclusive as well in terms of who gets to benefit from these sectoral developments. So those are just some definitions to say that it is still developing. There hasn't been one clear definition, and that is why we are looking at developing this taxonomy for the blue economy, or the sustainable ocean economy. Can you just have the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is from an analysis of research papers, so research journals. And here again, it's just pulling out the author-defined or submitted keywords that you normally find within the journals as part of the abstract. And here again, you can see that there's a lot of different terms that are used in this. So this goes up to about 20, research until 2020 in terms of definitions for ocean economy and the keywords that are related to that. And it is incredibly broad. And there, as we say, that there isn't one thing that holds this together. And I think that is where this taxonomy will come in, in terms of having some clear definitions or criteria that we can use and say, this is what we are talking about when we're talking about the blue economy or ocean economy, and then what the different countries might be focusing on in terms of their development. So I'm just going to hand over to Tammy again to talk about some of the economic, I think, benefits that have been spoken about.
Thank you. Next slide. So just pulling up some recent information, we've had a look at what that ocean economy is worth, and we find it to be the 5th largest, and like you said earlier, Imran, economy is economy. So it's the 5th largest economy globally. And if it were a country, it would actually outrank all three of Germany, India, and the UK. That is a lot. It is a very valuable economy. Next slide, please. This is a very detailed slide which came from work done in 2015. And we can see again where it ranked at that stage in 2015, it was at 7th, and it's already increased in value since then. It's increased, it has a trickle-down effect in that it has a lot of very important assets. It controls a lot of things. We talk about transport, we talk about recreation, fisheries, aquaculture. There's a lot of things that the ocean, the blue economy, how we define it or how it gets defined actually moves forward and what its value is and where it is important. If you click on the next slide, it's not going to go anywhere. Sorry, one back. It's not going to go anywhere, though, without healthy assets. So this is where our quadruple helix of the Ocean20, of ocean actions, we need to be working together. We need to be working with those shipping industries, with those fishing industries, with the different types of teams that are working out there, with those people on the ground collecting data in order to make sure that their ships can go in and out of the harbors safely. We need to be working with all of these to make sure that our ocean resources are actually looked after properly. So the conversations need to be across sector, and this is what we're hoping to drive through this information. So if we carry on again. So it is about 3 to 4% of the global economic output, and it also supports globally about 133 million full-time jobs. That is a lot of people. Out of 8 billion, yes, it's not all of them, but it's a lot of people that we're supporting, and that's the full-time jobs. Bear that in mind from that statistic that we've found. This is only the full-time jobs. This is not including the part-time jobs, the associated jobs that goes with, say, fish processing or fish packing and things like that. So it's a lot more than just what we're seeing on the screen right now. It's a very large industry that we want to work with and we want to develop further. Next slide. So, and this is where I'm hoping Noki has joined us online. I'm not sure if she has. But the idea is now what we wanted to try and discuss further now, knowing this value, what is the potential growth for in South Africa, and how do we, in particular, engage with businesses and innovators and society in order to look at where the gaps are? How do we do that? Especially as I think the majority of this room is actually academics. We did invite, there was a question online, yes, we had invited businesses. We had accreditation that we had to do in order to be at this event, so it was a bit tricky. There was a lot of people at the last minute who were very keen to join us from businesses and industry, but we couldn't really do that. We are engaging with them, but how do we do that further? Do we just walk into Transnet's offices and knock on the door? How do we do that? Any ideas? This is where I want the great minds forward to come forward. Where are the gaps? Where do you think the gaps are in terms of understanding more of the details? Mary Jane. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, so my view is that you have to start from a point of knowing what you have in place and what is really lacking. So when you're showing the statistics globally of the contribution of the ocean economy compared to, the others as well as the jobs, I was wondering if we know which countries are doing better than us. I mean, we've had the past 2 days, we've had a lot of conversations saying basically in terms of what you can call South African territory, we've got more ocean than land. But then there's a really high likelihood that in what you have shown in terms of, the ocean economy as well as the contribution to jobs, that we are doing a lot worse compared to what we could do given, what we own or what we are responsible for. So I think I'm just wondering if there isn't some survey that's out there that indicates this is, that looks at the different countries and how well they are doing, because by looking at that survey, there's results from whatever situational analysis that could be there, then we can know what is really missing. Yeah, but then I think in terms of engaging with business, it's very difficult because we really just talk amongst ourselves as academics. So perhaps an event where that, we have something that's really focused on them. I think that's something that could assist.
Okay. Nicole, I'm going to bring in Sarah and Ken shortly. Is there anything around, maybe Ken will have the answer to this, in terms of that understanding of the countries and which countries are doing better than others and how they're performing? Is there that sort of analysis that's been done?
Not that I am aware of, but of course there are countries that have quite large maritime economies. Yeah, so not that I'm aware of, Tammy.
Okay. Sarah, should be able to unmute and chat?
Sure. Hi. So I'm Sarah Holston from Abergold Limited in Hermanus. So we're a large abalone aquaculture facility. I also sit on the council for AFAS, which is the Abalone Farmers Association of South Africa. I actually only saw this event on the Sandcorp email list. And I think if you're trying to reach industry members, there's quite a few industry associations out there that would be easy to contact. The DFFE also has a mailing list that contacts them. So with things like this, to share it on those platforms, you'd probably have a lot more business interaction. Events are one thing, but then you've got to get everyone into the room, and I think that's always difficult if people are busy running businesses. So I think if that's the way you want to reach people, you're welcome to contact me, and I will put you in touch with our association. The abalone industry is the largest economically the largest aquaculture industry in South Africa. So, yeah, just a thought.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Ken?
Thank you, Tammy. Tammy, just in relation to the question in terms of how is South Africa doing in terms of their ocean economy compared to other countries, I think there are a number of countries out there who have produced what we call ocean economy satellite accounts as a component of ocean accounting, which really provides an aggregated kind of sum of the contribution of particular ocean sectors to national GDP. I'm not sure if SAIMI are in the room, but it would be really interesting to hear from them because Professor Stephen Hoskins has been doing this work under their umbrella. But if I look at what's being done globally, if I look at, for example, the United States ocean economy satellite account really talks to about between 4 and 6% contribution of the oceans to national GDP. But this really depends on how you define the particular ocean economy, whether you're including, as you've raised earlier, inland and freshwater systems as defined by blue economies within the African Union. And so that there are different metrics by different countries. But I'd be interested to hear if SAIMI are present. Certainly I've got their numbers in the back of my head, but I'd rather hear from them if they are here. Thank you.
It's exactly who we're going to be handing over to next. Adwa?
No, he looks like Aston Doran. Thanks, Ken. The methods that we had chosen to account for the contribution of the oceans to the GDP of the country is a GVA, it is GGP, and then the satellite account. We have done work on the GVA and the GGP. Under construction is still the satellite account. So hoping that in the next 2 months, that work would have been done utilizing the satellite account methodology. Thanks so much.
Okay, we're gonna go. We'll go up the table. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can I raise one quick other question, if you don't mind?
Sure. Ken, can you hold on? We're just gonna,
Okay.
and then I'll come back to you, I promise.
Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Jan Eriksson. I'm working at the Norwegian Embassy in Pretoria. I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you for inviting me or for including me. Also for Norway, the blue economy is very important. It is very high on the agenda. So it is very good to see that this is putting forward by South Africa, who is chairing G20. Norway is a guest country in G20. We were last year, and we were pleased also to be this year. Regarding the question of what other countries are doing when it comes to blue economy, we think we have done quite well in Norway. We looked at our resources, where do they have potential? Fish farming is one of them. At the same time, we also see that the wild fish is declining. So it is important for food security to increase the cultivation of fish. What was important in Norway was that the academia, the private sector, and the government worked very closely together in developing fish farming as a sector that had potential, and it increased with the market, and it expanded quite well. But especially for the academia, private sector, and government to work together over many years to target the challenges and to see how, in a way, this collaboration could, in a way, benefit the sector has been an important area that we are quite satisfied with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sam, go ahead.
Yes, no, thanks once again. For me to answer the question on the board, the potential, yes, is there in South Africa. And there's quite a number of sectors within the oceans economy that have a potential. But I think to emphasize on the point that he's making, what needs to be done is a close collaboration, working relations between the government and the research institutions as well as the universities. Because most of the time, some of the activities or economic activities that have potential, they get to be stalled by either a misunderstanding, misconception, or misinformation in relation to development versus conservation. For instance, if you look at the country's economic potential to extract, for instance, the oil, gas, out at sea, the offshore oil and gas explorations. It's difficult. You would have seen, even when you're wanting to do the seismic surveys, just to test whether or not we have the deposits. You would have environmentalist conservation, groups that are against even such activities, just to explore. Now, imagine if there could really be those oil deposits, those gas deposits, the economic potential that would come out of that. And at times, I think the use of science, and that's why it's important to have the academia to be really involved in the discussions and to work closely with the industry and the government, so that you can find a balance in understanding what is it really a threat and how can it be mitigated instead of really stopping the activity. So I think key to us, exploiting the potential of the ocean is to have that balanced discussion informed by science as well. But as well, that's why you even have innovators in there, to tell us, for instance, what can be done to mitigate if there would be any, environmental threats. How do you mitigate those? But at the same time, you are exploiting those economic gains that you can get out of the ocean. So I think key to that is that relationship between the academia and the industry, and not to use science at times to stop the development, but rather to use it to advance the developmental gains. And that would assist a lot of other things, employment. If you talk about crime is is an offspring of unemployment, underdevelopment, and you can talk even to the country's energy security out of it. So quite a lot we can achieve if there could be that balanced discussion.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go back online and I'm going to ask Ken to come in very quickly, and then Unati, please.
Thanks, Tammy. Very quickly. I mean, I think this is a very interesting question you have up on the screen at the moment. At the risk of possibly ruffling some feathers, is this not fundamentally the question posed by Operation Pakisa? And I think there is information by going back into what was done in terms of Operation Pakisa, particularly looking at where there are gaps, where there are opportunities, where there are challenges. Just in relation to the last speaker, I quickly want to just really advance, rather than talking about science to policy to practice. I'm really keen on engaging with a broader set of information that we would refer to as knowledge, that would then incorporate community knowledge, would incorporate indigenous knowledge, etc., in the information used in decision-making, rather than science only per se. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, it probably is questions that have been addressed or have been asked through Operation Pakisa. But I guess the reason why we're asking it now is, we're trying to engage, and I'm going to ask Naki to come in after Unati. We're trying to engage with businesses that are now interested in getting involved and building those solutions to challenges. And how do we do that? And so, maybe it's answering some of their questions too. And I note your inclusion of incorporating knowledge. Unati.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think one, I have partly captured by the comments from Dr. Malwande Ngalichane there from Saimi. And I think at the core right now, it's just that, with what is on our screen, we are unable to see. I've seen the Malcolm, I've seen quite a few colleagues within the industry. I've seen the Saimi colleagues. One is wondering, whilst we are having this very interesting topic, how many of the key government departments that are playing a pivotal role in driving the oceans economy agenda of the country, that are present either there in person or online, because that is one of the gaps, that we always identify, the misalignment from the various departments that carry the oceans economy responsibility within them. And I'm wondering how many of those, understanding that Saimi would come in as part of those that they've got a responsibility for advocacy, but those that, they carry the responsibility for policy implementation, how many of those that are there? That's the first gap that one would identify. And I think picking back on what Dr. Malwande was saying, one of those key things where they are particularly opportunities, and I think in terms of innovation, looking at what then do we believe we have as a country that could advance the growth of the country when it comes to the potential opportunities within the oceans economy. And I think he quietly highlighted one of those where I think we are in a state where we are unable to have this, socio-economic balance between conservation and the economic activities. And that's where I think there is also a big gap there, where we go for what we have had other than what can be the possibility. And we never test certain things. And where probably we identify risks, and I think those risks could be where innovation comes in to say, how do we then mitigate certain risks? And we then detour potential business, for South Africa, where there could be the growth of various sectors within the oceans economy, where based on the campaigns that we put out, that then says, business is not welcomed here. For instance, if we look at that example of oceans, of the offshore oil and gas, knowing that in terms of the Orange Basin that has been found in Namibia, South Africa holds about 70% of that. But in terms of the policies and also the advocacy, that seems to say we don't want this. There is more of it this side. Then this closes now the potential of what we could really see. And I think as well, in terms of the government's focus, I was quite happy when I saw, this move with regards to the Oceans 20. Because while the country is moving towards a direction where we have been in this process of the formulation of the Oceans Economy Master Plan since 2019, and prior having, Operation Pakisa being launched in 2014. If you look at how other countries that have adopted the Operation Pakisa initiative from South Africa, how they have moved to advance their oceans economy or blue economy aspirations, and they have moved to a point where they have even established either special envoys in the office of the president, or they've established, departments, ministries that would particularly focus on the growth of their blue economy. And we are seeing how that then, like right now, this week or last week, Nigeria was launching a maritime development fund, or a maritime bank. That is informed by the ministry that they have established, which talks to, the Blue Economy Ministry. So I think there's quite a lot of potential, and there's, there are some of those gaps that I believe we could use this platform to fill those gaps and be able probably to propose something that we see, like in your opening statements, that even, post the G20 hosting, we see how we implement some of those, and also we see how then we sponsor some of those things to our neighboring countries or other, G20 partners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Inati. There's a lot of points there. I'll try to capture some of it. I just want to ask Mark to come in, and then we want to move to Sandy in the next. Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure. Just stand by, Mark. Sorry. Who wants to come in? Oh, Mark to stand by. Rams?
Thank you, Tim. I'm Ramon Sangaplek from the Weather Service Marine Services. I think some of my questions have been addressed. I just wanted to see locally, is there a need analysis looking at a sector specific so that we know which sector, how is each sector within the marine space is performing? And maybe that kind of knowledge, then we could sort of what works and what doesn't work.
That's a good point. I do not know if we have that kind of information. It might be somewhere in sort of the Operation Pakisa documents, or if there's some sort of reporting that's made available. And that's maybe one way that we could look. And I'll show you a bit later on what we want to do with this type of information after this particular interaction. Mark, sorry, yes, we could hear you. You can come in.
Hi, thank you very much, Tammy. Sorry, just to introduce myself, my name is Mark Antonello. I am a PhD candidate at Stadio, focusing on doctorate of management. I'm from the private sector, and I'm an entrepreneur, and I have a media company and a data analytics company.
My field of interest is looking at data to help the blue economy. And just from the conversations I was listening to now, I wanted to ask the representative from Norway, and maybe Ken, I think you've touched on a couple of topics there in terms of Operation Fakisa and some of its plus points, but some of the negatives in terms of how that operation went. I've discovered the Ocean Disclosure Initiative, which was launched a couple of years ago by the Bocconi School of Management and McKinsey and Company. It's a analytics piece of software that brings in AI and generative AI to basically look across the board of a country's economy, particularly the blue economy, and gives a concise data set that corroborates all the ESG reports and kind of looks at all the plus points of what the blue economy should be aiming at per industry, and is able to deliver a specific remit that each one of those industries should meet for the blue economy. So to end my question and also suggest something is, has something like that been thought of in South Africa? And also, is it possible for something like the Ocean Disclosure Initiative to be implemented in South Africa, considering our large ocean resources?
Thank you, Mark. Jan, I'm going to ask if you're going to have any inputs, and then maybe we can ask Ken online.
Thank you. I'm not really sure that I understood your question to the extent that it was directed to me, or if it was more a general issue that you wanted to raise with the audience.
Maybe if there was something similar to
yes,
this.
so to be specific, in Norway, has there been something like the Ocean Disclosure Initiative by the One Ocean Foundation to assist you in being able to get information for your ocean blue economy?
I'm not sure if it has been specific kind of using the same model, but it has been a clear thought and consciousness in Norway to develop the different sectors that are linked to the blue economy. And definitely there has been white papers presented to Parliament. So there has been a clear strategy involving the different sectors, both within the government, but then also the different private sector and the academia scientific groups that in a way have been involved in developing this. As we see, it is important in a way to work together and to have this kind of longer term perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Ken, I don't know if you have anything to input from a South African perspective.
Thanks, Tammy. No, I don't know the particular instrument that Mark is referring to. What I would like to just put across is that many countries are turning towards a broader set of national statistics rather than ocean economy satellite accounts, using the system of environmental economic accounting to do full cost accounting across their ocean economies that include then aspects of sustainability, inclusivity, natural capital, human capital, etc. So there are United Nations frameworks that national statistical offices use in terms of similar to the way we would calculate GDP in order to take some of these blue economy components into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I'm going to hand over to, if you can introduce yourself, please. Thanks.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chilo Loyola Nonyane. I represent Ole Blue, specifically for economic development, but for societies and environmental impact of all the things that we're talking about. I think there's big potential for growth. I think especially when we have to incorporate different types of knowledge systems. I heard someone mentioning that, and I was like, oh, someone said it. We have to incorporate different types of knowledge systems and not just focus on science and what science can do for us. So government, science, academia, and also the society itself, and move from the top-down method of development, but also listen to what the communities want for themselves and how they see development from their perspective. So explore collaborative methods, community participatory methods. So co-design instead of coming with a development plan and saying, okay, community, this is what we're going to do for you? Instead, community, what do you want us to do as a group? What can we do? What is your vision? And let them speak for themselves, because with my research, I found that communities know what they want and they have solutions, and they have been working in their communities. They've been using their own environment to sustain themselves. So they know how to sustain, they know how to use it to benefit themselves, and they could help. So that could be one of the biggest gaps that we are not looking at.
Amazing, thank you. I think that's vitally important. There was another comment online. Ken wholeheartedly agrees with what you've just said. So that's a great input. The potential for growth needs to be discussed in the context of the current geopolitical climate. We can have great science showing the potential, but unless investors see a stable environment, they may not invest. And I think this comes to the heart, Thando, I'm going to come to you next. I think this comes to the heart of where we find some challenges in terms of getting businesses on board with some of the ideas that are coming forward as Ocean Actions. So I'm going to bring in Thando very quickly, if you have a microphone, and then Sandy. Or Sandy, do you want to start? You have a microphone in hand. Thanks.
Sure. So Sandy Tamala, Group Leader of the Southern Ocean Carbon and Climate Observatory. And the thing I wanted to touch on, which has kind of been incorporated in other comments, but not specified like really specifically, which I think ought to be, in particular around the question for growth for businesses and innovations, is marine CDR, carbon dioxide removal, and really that space for growth. And in particular, looking at the gaps, it's not just the innovation solutions to carbon dioxide removal, but how those solutions are being implemented and being able to develop a capacity nationally to be able to determine what are the risks, what is the efficacy, what is the scalability of those innovations in our coastal waters. And so we're working on some of that at SOCO. We're trying to build some national capability to be able to have high resolution observations and validated models that will be able to look at the effecability and the risk of these solutions. But the other gap is to also recognize that that science support is that we're trying to develop is really to support policy around these innovations that are going to be developed locally and are going to be coming at us internationally, and recognizing the rate with which these innovations are moving and the rate at which policy moves, and that mismatch in the timing of policy being able to effectively manage these innovations. And I think that recognizing those gaps between policy support around this technology and this industry that's about to really take off, and making sure that we are ahead of the curve with scientific support of being able to assess these innovations and trying to find a way to speed up the policy response to be able to make sure that it's properly governed to protect our oceans.
Thank you very much. So aspect we didn't even start considering yet in all of these discussions was that of MCDR. So thank you. Thando.
Thanks. Morning, everybody. My name is Thando Mazomba. I'm from Ocean Hub Africa. In fact, some of the people who've spoken already, we've worked with like Ole Blue Anga from Gqeberha and Sarah, who's online. So it's great to see some people in the private sector present. So I'm the Venture Development Manager, and essentially what we do at Ocean Hub Africa is support blue entrepreneurship across the African continent. That's our mandate. And it's been really exciting over the last 6 years to see what innovation has come up, specifically in the blue economy, let me say, leaving the oceans economy aside for a second. The World Economic Forum has specifically identified 4 main sectors, which Sandy over there has already mentioned one, MCDR, or low carbonization of shipping and infrastructure. So I think that's particularly interesting for our country. The second is blue foods, which is typically aquaculture. Third is solutions to pollutions, which we all know typically around plastic pollution, but we know biological and chemical pollution is high up on our list, especially with mining and tailings dams. And then the last one is clean ocean energy, which we've been exploring, right? And so within that, I think what's been interesting to see what's been working in innovations is blue foods and solutions to pollutions has been the the low-hanging fruit on the African continent. And I think we can learn a lot from this from our fellow Africans. Specifically in Tanzania and in Kenya, the government has put in a lot of investment in the blue economy. Specifically in Tanzania, in seaweed, the seaweed production in blue food has been booming over the last 5 to 6 years. To the point where the Tanzanian government has now put in a specific blue economy mandate and policy. So bridging that policy, bridging business, and then using science to inform that, right? Because the other thing that someone's mentioned in the room, which is really good, is how do you then bring in more investment once the government is behind it, once science is validated to some extent, is that you need to build that pipeline and show that there's actually traction, there's actually economy being built in the blue economy. And to do that, you need to monitor and evaluate, which is why we also need science. And how do we monitor the progress of these economies to show that it's successful, to showing that it has impact? And that's what we're working on as well. There are a couple of other things that I wanted to mention, but I think I'll end on the point of saying, where are the gaps? The gaps we can only find and articulate properly if we get all of the people in the room, which is tough. Some of us are sitting here today, which is great, but we've done it iteratively. We actually kicked off a couple of workshops in Mombasa and Kenya last year, where we got scientists, we got entrepreneurs in the room, and we got policymakers. We did 3 course workshops in Mombasa. We carried it through to AfriLabs last year in November. And we got some really interesting insights. The grievances that scientists have about entrepreneurs. We got the grievances that entrepreneurs have about scientists. We got all their grievances. It was like family therapy. It honestly was. And then we asked them, so who do you need to support you in building that gap and bridging that gap? Because yeah, we've all, shared our grievances, but then what are the next steps? And so I think we need to take it upon ourselves to actually create tangible outcomes from these workshops, and say, okay, from the things that we've learned and heard, what are we going to do? How are we going to hold ourselves accountable in the next time that we meet? To not make these meetings, yearly or even biannually, biannually, make them biannually so that we have time to make that impact and report on it and then be iterative about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Tando. So just these workshops, you've done them in Kenya and Tanzania, correct?
Yeah.
So should we do a family workshop in South Africa one day?
Why not?
And have this discussion with these grievances.
Yeah.
I think it would be incredibly helpful. And I mean, it addresses the question that Ken's raised quite rightly. How is this different from what Operation Pikisa was set out to do? And it's been 11 years since then, and there has been some development, yes. But it was articles recently about how badly run down the ports are, the small harbors and things like that. And how do we, can we even address that as a community, as pushing it forward? So
yeah, Tanya, I think you also raise a good point about policy, is that I think we also need to be honest about where our policies are effective and where they're not. Where policy takes long to come to and then also implement. And sometimes, like with the pace and scale of our changing environment and not the degradation of our social economies, we don't have the time to wait for policy. And so sometimes we need to work within the gaps as well to make the change and the impact. And I think we need to be honest about that. If policy catches up, then it does, which is great. But if it doesn't, we need to keep moving forward because the world isn't waiting, really, actually.
Thank you very much. So I do want to, we're nearly at tea time. I do want to give the last word to Noki. This was something that she inspired through the discussions at the launch, and she's online with us now and made a comment about how this is aligned with marine and ocean focused banking. So Noki, you are able to talk. Do you want to come in and add anything further from a business perspective?
Sure. Thank you, Tammy, and greetings to all the active participants in the Blue Ocean and the ocean economy. And it's just been incredible. And congratulations to the Ocean20 South Africa team for putting this, different stakeholders to come and give out such positive and inspiring information regarding what we can do going forward. I was particularly aligned with the gentleman, and I'm sure you've shared all the great potentials and the projections of the ocean economy by 2030, which is projected at 177 billion to South Africa's GDP by 2033, which is just around the corner. The previous speaker that just spoke, I think it's Tando. Congratulations on the great work that has been done. And there's so much alignment in what you have been sharing. And I'm glad that we are all in one room. Where I would like to contribute, for possibilities is within the banking and the insurance. If we could explore the collaborations on most of our banks in South Africa, they are looking at having a sustainability, and some already having a sustainability divisions where they are looking at business sustainability, environmental sustainability, and also alignment with the SDGs. And I would also like, for us to explore the SMME socialization, which is already there, plus banking, and the research, the beautiful research that has taken place in the ocean space, and for us to explore what products and services could come out. Because we have innovators, we have entrepreneurs, we have businesses, and if we could explore a stream that focuses on the banking and the fund of the blue ocean, if it's there, how do we socialize that within the banks of South Africa and some of the Pan-African banks that we have? So that's number one. And if it's there, how do we make sure that that message is sitting at the right tables, at board level, at CEO level, and what we can collaborate with them and start seeing how the blue ocean can be supported. The next one is, I think we could tap into the insurance, more into the insurance within the ocean and the blue ocean space. And by doing that, and we would also be contributors into our economy and also into the ocean space. So that's just my small contribution to focus on the input for the Blue Ocean Fund and socializing this within our banking in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Naki. So I had two further questions prepared, if that conversation kind of stagnated, and it didn't. And it was, how could we engage further with inland communities, but also in terms of growth within the curriculum development of high schools as well as higher education. We didn't even get to those questions. But what I would like to say is, just before tea, we've got 1 minute to go. I would like to say that what we want to do from here with those people that are keen, please raise your hands to me on email that are keen to get involved. We'd like to put out some sort of discussion paper around this, certainly building on some of the work that Ken and others have done already within this space. What does this mean for us? How would we like to see this go forward? So we want to be able to make it succinct and impressionable so that we can start socializing, as Naki has said, within these different sectors. We can't wait for things to happen. Let's make them happen ourselves. So if you are keen to work with us, Nicole and I and Melissa on this, please just let us know and we'll start putting this together, likely after UNOC. We have to get through the next 3 weeks first. And also to say that, it might be a potential for an in-depth workshop here, as we've noted with Tando and with Naki now. Maybe there's an appetite for this, and potentially we can take this forward as this particular discussion. So at this stage, I'd like to thank everybody in the room for a very engaging conversation and those online as well. We are going to take a half-an-hour break now for tea. So those online, if you're keen to stay on, it would be great. We're going to do some feedbacks after tea time on those ocean actions we have got going, and where we're at and what we're developing and where we want to see further engagements. And then we'll start a discussion into blue foods. So we'll join us again in half an hour. Thank you very much, everyone. Words again not working. So at the back, can we have presentation number 3, please? And then I want to invite up onto the stage Sophia Sadiq to present for us. Oh, I think I've lost the mic. That's not us. There we go. So you could just. Are we still audible? This mic's gone off. Or is it me? Hello?
Tammy, fully audible.
Are you happy? Thank you. Are you back up? Have a check?
Hello? No.
Should we use this mic for now? Yeah. Move that out the way. Yeah, it should be on. Just check.
Hello? No. Nothing.
We've lost sound.
We don't have sound. No, nothing.
Yeah, that one's on. Yeah.
Tammy, we can hear you online.
There we go. What's that? Let me just send a message. Can you maybe just send a message on the Zoom that we're struggling here with sound suddenly? Oh, they can hear us. Oh, so it's just the microphone in the room. They can hear us online.
1 2 1
Okay.
2 1 2. Mic check, mic check. Checking mic.
So we're
checking
just
mic.
trying to, we've lost.
This one, I think.
I don't know.
Hello?
Mic check, mic check.
Should we give it a try?
Mic check, mic check.
Okay, let's go.
We can hear you.
Go.
Hi and good morning. Just let me know if you can't hear me from the back of the room. So my name is Safia. I am based at Seon in Cape Town. So today is an exciting milestone for ocean science in South Africa because it's the official launch of the Early Career Ocean Networks of South Africa, or Econ SA. And from experience, I know that in the early days of ocean science, it can be overwhelming. So, and you need that sort of support and connection. So today, this platform, Econ SA, is designed by ECOPS for ECOPS. So, is it working?
Hello?
No, still not working. So, oh, do I need to ask them to change the slide? Okay. Can we change to next slide? Okay. Okay, so thank you. So South Africa has a growing number of early career professionals. And so they span, or they work in every industry from marine biology to science and policy and conservation. And a lot of the times these professionals belong to grassroots networks that are often linked to global frameworks. And they support and they create community and they build skills. But the one thing that is a problem is that they work in isolation. So what is required is this sort of coordination where we can align their voices and their efforts. And this is where Econ SA comes in. there's this growing recognition that ECOPs are sort of vital to the future of ocean science and sustainability. And government agencies and funders are always looking for ways to interact with young researchers or new ways to connect with young researchers. And so we need this sort of stronger coordination, both at a national and a global, and a global sense as well. So what is Econ SA? So Econ SA is not here to sort of take over what these networks are currently doing. What we want to do is to connect and support these networks. So if you think of Econ SA as a bridge, we would like to use this platform as a way to connect all of these networks to funding opportunities, to government agencies, and then just align goals and platform to give them sort of a national and a global voice, and do that in a unified way. So we're not trying to take away the individual mandates, but we want to unify the effort. So we want to do this for ocean science and maritime services. So that oh, sorry, can you please change the slide? I think we're quite far now. So I think we are 2-3 slides down. Can you keep going? Next, yeah, that's the one. Thank you. So we want to essentially have 2 nodes for Econ SA, one based at NRF SEON, which will focus on marine science, and then one based at SAIMI, which would focus on maritime services. You can change the next slide. And so just the way in which Econ SA would benefit ECOPs, it would provide easier access to funding, national recognition and visibility. It would play a role in they would be able to play a role in shaping policy and goals. We would have stronger collaboration between the ECOP communities, and we would also be able to connect them to global initiatives like UN Ocean Decade and so forth. So the next steps and please, can you change the slide? Okay, so the next steps and call to action for Econ SA at this point would be a formal onboarding of existing networks. So getting your individual networks at universities or organizations and get them into a room. So sort of have an onboarding process for them. And then this would help build a database of early career ocean resources researchers that everybody would be able to access. We would also want to establish an advisory committee sort of to guide the processes of the platform. And then for those networks who don't necessarily know about Econ SA, who don't know about Ocean20 and the sort of the ocean actions we're trying to achieve, we would want to reach out to them. And then obviously we would invite feedback and participation, because obviously this is a developing platform and it is for the researchers. So we would invite feedback and participation. So as much as it is, we didn't want this to just be a new initiative. Oh, please, can you change the slide? We want this to be an investment for the next generation of ocean leaders. So please do get in touch with us, and we would welcome any sort of feedback to help make this platform much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sophia. Are there any questions at the moment for Sophia, or for Econ SA, or for us as a ECR's work? But just to note as well, we're working on an internationalization of the work as well, and engaging with the Indian Ocean partnerships, Atlantic Ocean partnerships, as well as the Southern Ocean, so that we try and push this out into as much of the G20 surrounding countries as well. Okay, hearing no questions, thank you so much, Sophia. Sorry. We will, as soon as we are able to put the secretariat function in place, we'll start sending out these calls for networks to join us and to see how we go forward in the actual work. And as with all of our ocean actions that we're showing at the moment, we're going to start doing regular updates through the website, and we want to try and send out mailers of information so that we can get into these communities and see some more traction. I just want to double check very quickly if there's any more, the chats, wait, if there's any more questions from this side. Okay. Yes, from Jean Harris. Chat, sorry. There we go. Jean Harris, who is based in Durban. She says we'll be in contact. Oh no, I've lost it now. We'll be in contact. Oh. Technology gremlins everywhere today. So Jean says we'll be in contact with regards to 150 plus Ocean Stewards Network to be able to connect with them. So this is great. Thank you very much. So at this stage, if we can have the next presentation, please, which is number 4. I'd like to invite Jethan de Hopman online to present to us the coastal observations in under-resourced countries. Jethan, just to note that we'll change the slides on our side. So when you're ready to move onwards, just ask to change slides. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Turn it up a bit. Thanks. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I can't be there with you in person, but it's great to thank you for the opportunity for me to present this. So I'll be just giving a quick presentation on coastal observations in under-resourced countries. And this is very well aligned to coastal or innovative technologies for coastal observations. So yeah, I'm just one person based on many or with many other co-PIs or project leads. So this is just a very short and incomplete list of some of the people that are working on this with me. And I just also want to acknowledge that our work is also under the Ocean Best Practices. So whatever technologies we are developing or working with, all the technologies will be backed with an Ocean Best Practice on how to use that instrument. Yeah, and so the idea is for all the technology and equipment that we will be using must be affordable, standardized, and backed with Ocean Best Practices. Yeah, thank you. Next slide. Next slide, please. I've lost the slides. I'm asking now. That's just my.
Is he back on?
No, since you got it.
Sure. So this is actually, Jethan was one of the leads in this in Ghana in July 2024. They have a real problem with illegal mining. You can see the difference there in the River Pra. This is obviously before and then after all the illegal mining was set up. And it's quite radical, but they have no sustained observations. So yeah, you can see the river's polluted, but you don't know how bad it is in comparison to how it was before. So to have proof, to be able to say to the policymakers, you know, this is the problem, this is what we're dealing with, we just didn't have that information. So the idea was that they went out, they worked to design the package with the people in Ghana, and they did the different current CTD profiling and the water sampling, which I think is really important. And then, you know, the university there can then buy the equipment. This was, you know, in the realms of like $1,000. It's not high-end equipment, but it provides really valuable information. And by them actually being able to buy the equipment, it just means that they're more committed. So it's not that we're going there and just giving it to them, and then sometimes it just gets left in a room and not used, because even though it's not a lot of money, they are still paying towards it, so they want to see it used. So if we go to the next slide, please. It's like a surprise. The next slide is. Okay, and then there was another pilot study in Kenya, a similar approach where it was designed with the Kenyans to the needs that they had. We're looking at very coastal river type chemical and nutrient analysis, which is currently something that is really showing to be very needed with the people that we've been working on. So that was another pilot study that we did. If we go to the next slide. So also CoLab is part of a bigger sort of global
project, the UN Decade and the Coast Predict, where we have a number of pilot sites. You can see them here. So Ghana, and we also have one in South Africa. So the idea is trying to really get other people to buy into this approach and to try and support how we can then facilitate making these sustained observations through this accessible equipment available. So if we go to the next slide. It's also the International Indian Ocean Expedition was one of the places that was the first supporter of CoLab, and so it's something that's been taken up within that. They have historically been focused very much on offshore oceanography, but the need and the voices were that we need to include coastal observations and coastal science. So that's a new phase now where they're moving towards that. If we go to the next slide. And there's going to be a camp in 2025 in Mozambique. Again, the whole structure will be co-designed by the Mozambicans based on what they need. And then we will provide the access to the equipment and the, if they need the skill set, which they've requested here, we'll go train, provide the equipment, leave it there, and then they can establish their own long-term monitoring project. Through CoLab, we're also offering, through a global initiative, the ability to upload the data, not necessarily share it if that's not what they want, but that it can be uploaded and stored in the cloud, and then they can access it when they need it. And if it is shareable, it goes into this global database. Next slide, please. This is just talking a little bit about, so that's been more on nutrient analysis, biogeochemistry, and sort of coastal physical observations. But we're also working on a cost-effective video system for deep sea benthic habitats, and that's the Azore Drift Cam. It was designed in the Azores, and it's openly accessible. So the design, everything is made available, and then we can build it innovation back in South Africa. So we're developing our own one. Next slide, please. There's also more global projects that are already funded and supported, and we're linking up with those, but it's important just to mention them. The fishing vessel ocean observing network. So this is where you have instrumentation actually put on the nets and traps used by fishers. So there's a lot of fishing industry going on out there. So this is a way to tap into that and get observations. Next slide, please. There's scuba diving, citizen science. So this has been huge, very popular. Scuba divers, you know, they're very, they want to see ocean sustainability. They want to support ocean initiatives. So the ability to take data that's going to support that, they're all very, very committed to doing that. So really bridging the gap between citizen engagement and scientific research. But also, as mentioned here, and what's really important, it's making people aware that there are these initiatives. So if you're a scuba diver, you maybe don't realize there's a whole community of people working on collecting data in ocean science. Next slide. And also, we're now tapping into additional water sports. So surfing, you can see here, this is a sensor that we've just developed with Sea Technology Services in Cape Town. It's very small, it's like 2 centimeters. And it goes onto the leash of someone who's surfing, and then they can take continuous measurements when they're in the water. And again, I mean, those observations might not have as much value on their own for the science and long-term observations, but across the globe, when you start getting more and more measurements like that, it's going to add up. And again, it's also about promoting ocean literacy. And so anything that can help with that is a positive. If we go to the next slide. Solutions for cost-effective data observation panel, again, another global initiative. I think all the information's there, but it's along the same track, and it's just trying to make sure that all of these things are open and accessible to the people that need it. So, for example, that scoop, it might be highly publicized in certain countries, you know, but maybe Kenya, Mozambique, they're not aware of it. So through the training camps we're doing with CoLab, we're opening it up and making sure that they are aware and that it's accessible to them. And I think this is finally, we're now working with industry, setting up a series of dialogues with industry later this year that you can sign up for. I'm sure it'll come out on Sancor. And that is to really look at creating accessible, innovative technology and working with industry as well as the community to find the best sort of co-design approach towards doing this. Next slide. Future plans. So some training workshops. Anyone that's interested in this, please let us know. You can become involved in the training workshops. If you've got a pilot site you'd like to recommend, we can work with you. We've got funding through different organizations, small amounts of funding to do the pilot workshops. What we want to do from that is get full report backs, see how we can adjust what we've been doing, and then go for a much bigger funding that we can then implement these in a whole array of different areas. We're doing the sensor development and innovation. And then I think Tammy's already spoken about the WIOMSA side event that we're going to be doing. And also we're doing at the Nice in France next week at the One Ocean Science. We are doing a session on accessible technology, and there's also going to be, for the first time, they're going to be getting stand-up paddleboards at Nice so that all the different people who are there can actually put on those surf sensors that I showed you and take them out, and it'll be our first trial for doing that. Thank you. Thank you, Jethan, for putting together that PowerPoint.
Thank you very much for jumping in, Juliet. Sorry. Oh, Jethan, do you want to come back online and add anything else to that? I keep losing my connection.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think Juliet covered everything. So thanks very much, Juliet. Yeah, if there's any questions or comments or people that want to get involved, please let us know.
Okay, thank you. So for those that are online and may have missed some of that talk, we will make the slides accessible so that you can have a look at them. But the engagements are numerous. There's a lot of different ideas in terms of low-cost sensors and ways that we can use this within citizen science and different projects and getting the information we need. What we know we can do so far are things like temperature sensors, but what would be amazing one day is having sort of like citizen science projects that are measuring carbon for us. Can you imagine? Sandy's excited. So at this stage, I want to ask Nicole to come up and just present on the SAMREF work quickly. Thanks. This has died. I'm going to take us back.
Oh. Thank you, Tammy. Good morning again, everyone. So this is really just a proposal that we are working on. And as Tammy had indicated when she spoke about the initial framework in terms of developing partnerships. So I'm just going to be talking here about this proposal to reimagine the South African Marine Research and Exploration Forum. Next slide, please. So for those not from South Africa, in 2016, South Africa hosted a number of meetings through the Operation Phakisa program. Sorry, in 2014 that was held. And it was really to kickstart our ocean economy where this came about. And one of the outputs of that was that South Africa needed a platform to engage researchers with industry. So in 2016, an MOU was signed between the then Department of Science and Technology and the Offshore Petroleum Association of South Africa. And the intention there was really to create a platform where we could share. At that point, it was within the Ocean Economy Lab, so oil and gas data, because they collect a lot of information that is not easily accessible to academics, because it is just incredibly expensive to collect data offshore, as I'm sure many people know. And the intention was to leverage that for the benefit of South Africa and then also sorry, could we go back one slide? Yeah, thanks. To leverage that data for research, but then also connect partnerships. And so SAMREF was really established as a knowledge brokering platform. And then, of course, it developed, well, why just oil and gas? Let's look at fisheries and transport and all the different sectors. And there were other models, international models that have worked quite well, and other guidelines. So we have continued this platform since 2016. There hasn't been a lot of outputs, unfortunately, from this, but we are making progress and we do want to continue this. But we are thinking, next slide, please. In terms of taking the opportunity that Ocean20 is now presenting us, and the existing work that we are doing in assisting the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation in terms of science diplomacy across different platforms such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association and the All Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance, to enhance these efforts and create, as we spoke about, this quadruple helix platform. So it would not be an implementing agency. There's already, you know, what is happening within Operation Pakisa and some of the other programs, but to really make this a broader knowledge brokerage hub, linking to philanthropy, public-private partnerships, linking to the industry more formally, and to civil society engagements as well, which isn't really done through SAMREF as it is and as it exists at the moment. And we would leverage the existing partnerships and networks and the brand of SAMREF that we all have already established within South Africa. And of course, there are other models in other countries that are working, and to learn from those and to engage with the other G20 countries in terms of how they are connecting with industry, in terms of research and innovations, and being able to access different data sets and different knowledge systems. So that is the intention that we want to do as South Africa, and just to broaden that and really to create a lasting legacy of cooperative progress that we can really take forward. So that is our proposal. So thank you. And we are happy to have so many different NGOs and industry players, and some of our international partners here as well. So we would really like to hear from you in terms of how we could see connecting on this platform. Thank you.
I think before we move to the next presentation, is there any questions around the first three, but in particular, as Nicole has raised now, around engagement with SAMREF 2.0? If there's something that you think this would be a good platform to build onto. I'll try and monitor the chat at the same time. Comment from Ken. Hang on. Why do I not have the comments? Ken, I don't see your comment. Do you want to come in?
Thanks, Tammy. All I was suggesting in terms of the instrumentation, I think I did suggest it in one of the CTICC meetings regarding increasing collaboration with universities of technology in the technical ocean space, including in satellite applications. I think there's a huge opportunity there. Thank you.
Yes. So we have a natural relationship in Cape Town with the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and it's always been our easiest partner in that particular way. But I think you raise a good point. We need to try and connect with other technologies of university or universities of technology in South Africa, and see if we can actually engage more in terms of sensor development and how we could be progressing that work. Audrey, I'm going to bring you a microphone.
If I've not kept up the SAMREF activities, but at its launch, there was a heavy industry participation. I'm not sure if that is the case at the moment. And I would want to suggest that the lack of perhaps success of Operation Pakis that excludes industry participation, because in many ways they could be a contributor or they could be the recipient of the outcomes. So not only in respect of SAMREF, but in all of these activities, I think industry should be a critical role player that we try and bring with all the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Adwa. Yes, so about 2 years ago, we really started trying to push additional effort through that. And so because we had that existing relationship with the oil and gas companies, that was again the first port of call that we went to, and the interest is quite strong there. So we had the engagement with Total. There was also engagements with some of the multi-party survey companies that come through to South Africa. And it is either that they are happy to, sign an MOU and then share the information, or they would just, some of the companies are quite happy to actually just share the environmental data, which doesn't have any commercial value. So in effect, that does make it easier for them to share that. But obviously the limitations sometimes are that when the survey companies are contracted, then they have to go to the company that has requested the data and then request that to be able to share it. So there are some limitations in terms of getting that. But it is that engagement is growing, and the intention is hopefully that we can get different industries on board as well. And I know that Saimi was very much involved when we had started, and hopefully we can build that up again. Yeah. We just have one question from ST Mills.
It's scary.
I'm curious, what is the end goal of SAMREF, and will all the data collected through the projects be stored on one public portal, so that it's publicly accessible?
Black paper colors.
Sorry. Yes, the intention is that the research or the data that does come of this is made available.
So there's
in some
a lot
cases,
of waste, because every time it needs to
Right.
Can we mute participants online, please? Thanks.
There will obviously be cases where it won't be able to be shared, but the research outputs, whether that is through an application or through an information platform, that would be publicly available. In some cases where the companies do share, we then put that information on the SAON's open data platform. And so if you go and look at that, we are making some headway in terms of what can be shared, we do share. And I think in terms of being able to connect the companies, or to connect you with different companies, that is a role that we do. As I said, that we're a knowledge brokerage platform, and that is really what SAMREF is trying to do. So we can connect you and help to facilitate conversations between research and industry. But then it is up to those two parties to sign an MOU or come to an agreement on what kind of partnership they would like to have. Thank you.
So I've got a question related to the SAMREF data, and maybe thinking along the lines of ships of opportunity and collecting data of value for ocean observations and things. Is that a possibility? Are we talking in terms of metadata, underway oceanographic data, as well as the bathymetry data? What types of data? And is it possible to try and broker some of those agreements in terms of ships of opportunity collecting further data for us?
Yes, that is definitely something that we could look at.
Any other questions around SAMREF or around the technologies discussion or the Econ essay work? Okay, I'll go forwards. Okay, I've completely lost my laptop. I don't know what's going on there, so I'm going to rely on the slides now. So, you know, we've heard now from 3 of the ocean actions we've got going, and that it was low-hanging fruit for us, let's be honest. We were invited by DSTI to help facilitate Ocean20 and to move it forwards. And those are the things that we're incredibly passionate about within SEON itself. And we look to put these forward as ocean actions and push them ahead. But we've also put a call out, and we've had some great inputs from various teams, be they academia, industry, and I want to just showcase some of those now as potential ideas and hopefully ways in which we could engage further with other stakeholders and broker, I love that word, brokerage, some of the decisions or the discussions going forward. So I'm not sure if it's number. Can we flight that presentation again? You just had it on. Okay, so next slide, please. Is it that one? Yes, okay. So maybe to highlight those that we didn't actually mention now, because they're still in progress. The one is towards IPOS, which we've got a number of people that are working on it, and this is a truly global thing. And we said earlier, it's the Intergovernmental Panel of Ocean Sustainability, sorry. And they're busy working, they're looking at creating bilaterals with various governments, and they will be launching an initiative during our UNOC events, but also looking at what other things are going forwards. Can we go back to that first slide, please? So that's one that keep an eye on and see how things develop. We also did some initiatives with Oceano, the one being innovative technologies for coastal resilience. But we've got some work that we want to try and push forward with them in terms of the Atlantic Ocean and those countries that are surrounding the Atlantic Ocean itself in particular. And that doesn't stop us from working on other things. So there's high-level initiatives there that are also brewing. And we reported out at the launch that one of the gentlemen that sits on our advisory team, because it's not just us that are putting this all together up here in front, Sturla Hendrickson, he was part of the Singapore Maritime Week where they had 2 sessions, the Maritime Just Transition and Maritime Security, and our commissioner, our High Commissioner for Singapore actually attended these meetings. And the aim here is to work towards decarbonization of the shipping industry. And what that means is, you know, it's not a simple process. It is a very complex process. It's not going to happen overnight. The IMO has made some mandates, and I think they make a final decision in September, October. But that also means training a new cohort of maritime professionals. You can't just go to sea. It's a completely different fuel structure. It's a different engine. It's a different way of doing things. Ships need to be built differently if countries are going to have to adhere to this. So it's going to have a long downstream trickle effect of work that's going to need to be done. But we're working between ADWA and with Malcolm and the connections with the World Maritime University, as well as our colleagues at the UN Global Compact, to try and see how South Africa is positioned and or Africa in general is positioned and how we move that forwards. Bearing in mind, it's not just the ships, it's ports activities, it's a whole lot of aspects that need to be developed and changed if we want to truly realize decarbonization of shipping. So it's a long process, but one that we could leapfrog quite nicely if we are in the information. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's a number of ocean actions that have been suggested, and we're going to have a more of a discussion on blue foods a bit later on. So next slide or next click. The first of these, I'm going to have to change. I'm going to have to do what Juliette does now. The first of these is small-scale fisheries and aquaculture inland communities. And this has been put forward by a company called MK Enterprise that do tilapia fishing in South Africa, but also the AUDA NEPAD group, and we have a representative here who will be speaking with us a bit later on. So there's an idea to try and build up this small-scale fisheries, and we were talking about this in our last 2 days within our outreach events. So we want to know, we're going to try and figure out through conversation this afternoon, how do we foster this, this conversation? Does anything need to be, you know, added? Can we support it in any way? And how we could move this conversation onwards. The second one that is closely linked to this and which has come from our event in the last 2 days is actually this rivers to oceans and connecting the inland communities to the blue economy. We were so overwhelmed with the amount of interest in this particular topic. And there's lots of big rivers around. We saw an example from Ghana where you've got a very polluted river and due to this diamond mining initiative, you know, and that's problematic. We also know, I don't even know the statistics, but it's less than 1% of water, water that we can actually drink as humans is coming from these riverine systems or dams and things. The rest of it's all locked up either in the ocean or in ice caps. So we need to be protecting our rivers, and many terrestrial ecologists will tell you this. But we need to also bear in mind that they connect to the oceans, and we need to look at this connectivity, look at these fisheries and aquaculture. What could we be doing to put this forward? How could we take what we've done in the last 2 days? We don't want to walk away here patting ourselves on the back going, job done, guys. We want to see how we can take this forward. What else can we be doing? Can we interest other teams to work with us in terms of this in countries around Africa, globally? Can we connect with other initiatives? So we want to see what we can do around that particular one. And then a third one, which has been suggested to us, and we're just waiting to get a little bit more information, is a Better Food Futures data to dish. And it's in support of the UN Global Compact's Ocean Stewardship Coalition Tipping Point 1. And that's looking at full traceability of seafood supply chain into things like your supermarkets. And this was put forward by Whole Chain and the UNGC. And the idea is to actually take a Woolworths shop front in South Africa and showcase exactly what it means when you go from the fish in the water, how it gets processed, what happens to it, where is the sustainability in the life cycle until it gets onto your plate. And they want to be able to showcase this outwards to the public, to the community, and we want to get involved. We don't know how. We want to get involved. We're going to hear from Gert a bit later on, who's the fisheries and aquaculture specialist at Woolworths, and maybe have some more ideas about what we could do to possibly push this forwards. Okay, so there's quite a bit of interest from when we did the call to Ocean Actions for Blue Foods, and that's why we wanted to have a bit more of a conversation around that this afternoon. Next slide, please. And again, sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Hey, like the silly. The next one is that of coastal resilience. Back one, please. And these two ideas were put forward by NRF SIAB. And I know Francesca Pori is online, or she was a bit earlier on, and her postdoc students are here, but I suspect they're involved with the exhibition part of the G20 conference that's still ongoing. So I think they were hoping to be in the room with us, but weren't allowed to make it anyway. So the first is looking at a transdisciplinary approach to biodiversity enhancement on urban coasts. And we need to look at this in terms of indigenous knowledge co-creation and nature-based solutions. So how do we take ideas of protecting the port regions and things and putting materials onto the side of the walls to actually look after the ecosystem in that area, to take out pollutants and protect the waterways a bit more efficiently, and look at that coastal resilience in the regions. And maybe saying this out of turn, and Francesca will probably put a note in the chat just now if I've got that wrong. The second is to establish a national coastal pollutant bioindicator network. So this is using things like mussels and shellfish and other items that actually track heavy metals and microplastics and contaminants in our coastal waters. As you well know, when there's a red tide on the west coast or along the south coast, we're not allowed to eat any of the shellfish because the shellfish mussel actually absorbs a lot of those contaminants. So it's a way of tracking and using it as a biomarker going forwards, tracking how safe the waters are, and then using that in terms of seafood consumption. So some of this work has been done before by the DFFE, but a lot of it needs to be developed and put forwards. Some really interesting ideas. Oh, sorry. Some other really interesting ideas linked to both of those initiatives are things where we could be engaging more innovators to use. One idea that Francesca had when we were chatting about it was to actually take oyster shells. So when you're at a restaurant, you've had your 6 oysters, you've got this massive oyster shell that's sitting there, and to actually crush that down into a substance, a powder, and put it onto some taping type device, you've created a non-slip mat. These are the types of ideas that we could be working with innovators for that are cost effective and easy to do and could be done inland. They don't need to be done along the coast. So it's working with just out of the box thinkers with a bit of funding and ideas to put together some pilot projects and see what we can do. And then moving to accessible ocean technologies. So we heard quite a bit from Juliet and Jethan. There's a lot of initiatives, great citizen science work, and I think this is where we really need to make a focus in terms of technologies. Big CTD systems, your big expensive oceanographic systems are millions of rands, but we could be collecting important ocean data at a fraction of that cost if we're using accessible technologies, but using public and raising that awareness with the public as we do so. So the one idea that we've got is development of maritime autonomous technologies. So we work with buoyancy gliders and surface gliders and things like that. And there's interest in this from private industry, universities, and I just added SOCO on the side as well, because I know Sandy's team are very interested in this work as well. And we've got ideas, but how do we push these forwards? How do we get these out there so we could be collecting more data? There's a collaboration, a potential collaboration with Glow Noise Project Partnership, and that's to combat things like underwater radiated noise. Ships make a lot of noise. I don't know when all the ships are decarbonized in, say, 50 years' time, if they'll be making the same amounts of noise. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's part of the plan in terms of decarbonization, make them less carbon, make them quiet, but we know that they have a great impact on our marine mammals, on a whole lot of things in our ocean. And so Damen shipyards are interested in exploring this, but there's a number of teams, and it's one of the Goose ECVs now is monitoring ocean acoustics. And there's already so many underway. Another one is that of deep sea research. So the minister spoke on Monday that only 15% of the ocean is understood, and about 85% of the ocean is not properly managed or not properly explored yet. And this is almost completely true for the deep ocean, anything sort of deeper than about 200 meters, although that it's dependent on which scientists you speak to. So we want to look at putting forward an ocean action, and this is not something that's going to be finished by November. So as you can tell, there's a number of these that are going to have to create legacy to keep going. We are going to have to keep moving. And this is working with a lot of organizations, but unlocking that deep, advancing the knowledge and innovation and governance systems of deep ocean ecosystems. And this is a collaboration between, say, NRF Scion and NRF SIAB, SAMBI, not NRF SAMBI, sorry. but it also connects to a large number of global networks that are already established. We have an African network of deep sea researchers. We have a number of groups that are looking at seamounts, that are looking at the abyssal plains. And very importantly, we have to understand this part of the ocean in terms of getting ahead of deep sea mining as one of these aspects that need to be discussed further. So we want to really push deep sea research, not just in our EEZ, which is of great importance to us, but trying to understand globally what exactly we're looking with. The Seabed 2030 project is aimed to try and get a good map of the seabed by 2030. I think they're still behind by a large amount. So it's something that's, we want to try and engage with other groups that are collecting data that we could be putting out with bathymetric data or others. Next slide, please. Ocean modeling. We have a group in NRFSAON, Samasana, who are building, we want to try and build a skilled, multifaceted ocean modeling cohort for Southern Africa. We have a number of initiatives growing. We've got teams, we work with SOARS and others to try and build these teams up. But the capacity is this big, it's tiny. And in Mozambique, it's even tiny. In Namibia, I don't even know if it exists, So we've got to try and build up global, but also regional modeling efforts so that we have a better idea of what the ocean is, so we can do forecasting of it. Particularly in terms of creating oil spill models and mitigating against extreme weather events and dangerous, pollutant events and things like that. So there's a big project that's starting soon around Africa called OPERA, which we're hoping to get into. So we want to make this not just, there's great models all over the world, but we want to try and build up from our side upwards and see what we can do in terms of this work. And then finally, I think there's one more slide, is looking at the Agulhas current, but also looking at the Benguela current and the linkages around this, and designing and implementing an ocean observing monitoring system for these current systems, and being led by us maybe, but also pushing forwards into the global understanding. The Agulhas current starts somewhere, it ends somewhere. So there's definitely a regional implication to things. Fish don't obey boundaries. They just go wherever they want to. So we need to understand our big oceanographic systems around our country in order to, help resource management and things like that. But also we want to be able to look at these sorts of things in the rest of Africa, certainly, and learn from experiences from other places around the world. So this is, again, something that's not going to be finished by November. It's one of those legacy projects, but it's something we want to try and push forwards. And this needs to be a co-design process, because sticking mooring or real-time mooring on the surface in the way of a shipping lane is not going to keep anybody happy. Port authorities will be mad. So there needs to be a co-design process of how we put where we put the observations in, what is beneficial to both society, industry, as well as the research groups. And these discussions have been ongoing thus far. So there's a number of ideas that have come to us. I think I've captured all of those that we've had sent to us, or ideas that we want to move forwards. That doesn't mean that that's the only lot. We are very keen to engage with more people in terms of, if you have another idea, or if you'd like to add on to that, or there's an aspect of this particular ocean action that could be linked to others, particularly if you've got ideas that are linked to our neighboring countries, into Africa. There's a lot of lessons that could be learned from countries like Ghana and Nigeria and how they do things. And then how we look at that South-South relationship of things and contributing up to the global north. So I'm going to stop there and see at this stage if there's any questions. I've lost my laptop, so I'm not sure if there's any online.
Lovely younger. Thanks, Tammy, for that amazing presentation.
My question actually is with the deep sea mining that we are obviously going to solve by November because it's so simple. I know you had a couple of people, stakeholders that you had up there in terms of the interest, and the biggest obviously is DSI in terms of the research that's going into it currently. I'm very curious has that been the primary form of it, is it in terms of the research aspect of it, so the exploring of the seabed, et cetera, or if there's been any other action interests perhaps from particular stakeholders that would like the deep sea mining thing for purposes that would not be great for the ocean. So I'm thinking in terms of the mining industry, for example, and also ironically in terms of the renewable energy industry. We need the cobalt, we need the aluminum that is down there at the bottom for the solar panels. And so I'm just curious, what's the nature of the research that is being funded? And yeah, also the nature of the interest of industry in deep sea mining. Because if it's just research and trying to figure out what's happening down there versus industry interest, which is extraction and not really caring about the ecosystems, what exactly are we investing into? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Younger. So I'm going to speak from the perspective of what I know, but as soon as you see Laura's hand go up, please can you put her online? So from our point of view, or certainly the research that we've done so far, we've done some collaborations around Africa with Ocean X and Ocean Quest in February. And the idea was to have a look at those seamounts or some seamounts. There's been considerable work done south of Madagascar to look at Walter Shoal. We've got lots of seamounts south of us that are completely unexplored. We have no idea what's down there. And from our point of view, from our collaborators' point of view, it's definitely that of understanding the ecosystems, understanding what's down there, if it's new, has its, have species been moving around the Indian Ocean? Laura's probably cringing at my explanations here. And what's happening? There is an increased interest in mining and understanding that what makes up that benthic, if you're going to be finding nodules and things. And it's, yeah, I'll hand over to now. And it's not really something at all that we have any handle on. As to the best of my knowledge, we have never been approached by the mining industry in South Africa to address that. But Laura can tell us more. Is she online? I'm offline, sorry. Can you speak there, Laura? Right, let me try. I was unmuting people earlier, so let me see if it can work. I've got back on now. So, Laura, you should be able to talk now. There, here we go.
Yes, there are. Sure. It's quite frustrating, but thank you. Thank you. I'll lower my hand now. And I will say that, Tammy, you did a fabulous job of explaining things. But yes, the deep sea mining is a great concern for us. We do our best to try and stay on top of it. We mostly interact with the International Seabed Authority, and there is incredible It's an incredible organization or group of people that are working across the world together to not stop deep sea mining, but to ensure that anything that does take place is done so in a sustainable manner. And that is it does feel a little bit like a contradiction. How do you do deep sea mining sustainably? But they are trying to do it. It's kind of like something that is coming for us, and the best that we can implement clear goals, clear regulations, clear policy around it, especially actually in the high seas. That is the area that we are really worried about, because within a government, within a country's jurisdiction, it is really going to be up to that country to decide how they want to manage it. But the high seas are of great concern. But the International Seabed Authority is working very hard with this. They have regular meetings, and recently they actually pretty much threw out a group called the Metals Company, who suddenly did a 180-degree about turn and tried to undo everything that had been achieved through the International Seabed Authority. Yes, we really do need to have our eye on this ball. We are very aware of it, and we are working slowly but surely towards achieving our first step. Really is going to be to achieving knowledge. We don't even know enough about what is out there on our seafloor, but we are working towards that. And the other really good thing is that South Africa in particular has got a very, very strong and lucrative fishing industry. And obviously, often those two extractive technologies don't go hand in hand, because one is going to be severely compromised by the other. But because of our long history of excellent fishing and the jobs that the fishing creates, and how a lot of our economy is founded in fishing, we are hoping that certainly on the shelf, where we have a lot of fishing going on, that is going to help us keep the mining at bay. But at the end of the day, it will be up to government decisions, but we are hoping that we will have clear policy to guide us in implementation should that take place. I don't know if there's anything more you wanting to ask.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. It's not necessarily a response in asking anything else up to that. It's just perhaps maybe an explanation on why I'm asking this question in the first place. We know that, at least from the energy side of things, we are currently debating what sustainability even actually means. And part of that is debating whether or not renewable energy sources themselves are sustainable, because of the materials that they need in order to be built, maintained, the batteries, the lithium, cobalt, etc. And currently the redundancy of it is inland, it's terrestrial, right? And naturally that means that there's going to be a movement into the sea. And I'm very grateful that there's the criteria that, you know, the seabed has, and also the IUCN, I think, has in terms of its exploration. But the reason why I was asking about, is it just something that's focused on knowledge production, is because this knowledge production is a principled knowledge production, versus at any point in terms of investors who probably want to, in terms of pushing their financial sustainability, it can be knowledge production, not necessarily for good reasons, and not one that particularly prioritizes marine ecosystems. And I know it's not something that is particularly highly explored right now as well in literature, but I'm also on the lookout for it in terms of however the policy development might look for that. And I think don't isolate the social scientists in that process too, because most likely in terms of the people who would likely convince those companies who are currently working inland in continuing their financial sustainability and their green, quote unquote, sustainability, they might come and interrupt the blue sustainability in the process. So it's just a bit of a mini warning, but something that we're watching as well in the political space too.
So it might be good to connect in then with Lara and
absolutely.
Definitely. Ken, you've got your hand up. I'm going to ask you come in very quickly, and then we need to move on to the Blue Foods work.
Yeah, thanks, Tammy. Great overview of Ocean Actions. I noticed that they're largely centered on knowledge development and capacity enhancement. One of the aspects which I'm particularly keen on understanding is there been any discussion on resourcing and blue finance in terms of an ocean action, and how we align the resourcing that we would need for pretty well everything that an ocean action would entail.
Exactly.
So blue
Yeah.
financing as an ocean action in itself. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we can add that in. I think it's a very important discussion to have, and we could bring in that the business side of things to actually build that up a bit more. I'm going to invite Mashibana up to do her presentation to start Blue Foods work. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ken.
So it's on, you'll see it go through there.
Yeah, thank you,
Laptop
because
doesn't die again. Otherwise, it's on the screens around. Shout if you want to.
Okay, Thobela Sabonan, good afternoon, Mbombela, colleagues, and those that I'm just meeting today. My name is Mashibani Tusaro. I am from the South African Network for Women in Fisheries and Aquaculture. I am the current president of the national chapter of OFishNet, which is a continental body supported by AU, IBA, and AU NEPAD, and that is how I got to be here today. Next slide. Okay, I was asked to speak about the South African chapter, but I thought maybe let me give the region a perspective because we have already gone that far. So we have launched in 2021. We were joining some few countries that have already launched in the continent supported by AU, as I've already said. And currently we are sitting at 10 countries in the southern region, which South Africa took the liberty to put together. We have not included the islands, and this is because of how the AU have now structured some of their work. So the islands we will not see here, although they are part of SADC. We have now launched a few of the countries to start their work in their respective communities, which is Zambia, South Africa. We have also now, with the help of South Africa, launched Malawi and Namibia. We are currently in the process of supporting Botswana, which will be this year, 2025. And we are also looking to support another country. So it will be 2 countries that will be supported to launch. What does that mean? It means they have to be legally registered within their country and also be able to be full members of OFishNet, which is a continental body. So all of us are in both the inland and the coastal spaces. But obviously we know some are landlocked. Okay, last week they were talking about another term, but I'm still in the olden days, landlocked countries. But so we do have females and youth that we are supporting in our respective countries and communities. Next slide, please. Our main activities are, especially for women, the youth can do a little bit more because even the male youth are also part of us. So we do beach cast seaweed collection, and I've had seaweed being thrown around a bit. So it's interesting that it's not only us that are interested in seaweed. We also have concession right holders holding baskets like crayfish, seaweed as well. And we also have general small-scale aquaculture, which I'm part of as a small-scale mussel aquaculture farmer, but unfortunately, due to financial constraints, I'm also not doing that well. We also have in the inland some dam activities and river subsistence fishing. We have in 2023 invited Future Fish, I'm sure some of you would have heard of it, to come to us to assist us with assessing and identifying some of the dams that can be used for inland fisheries and aquaculture. So we have that database and we have that information. And we are also already looking at key dams that we are going to start our projects on. So we are very keen to start projects on the ground, but obviously we need support, as much support as possible. So we also do community outreach, mostly online, because we do not have resources. We do not have any funding. We are self-funded, and it's quite a little bit difficult. So we also do a lot of information sharing. We have on AU IBA ecosystem. I'm not so sure if any of you are aware that AU has an ecosystem where you can use it as a website, whether for whatever work. So we are already on there and doing some visibility work there. We are also big on capacity building because this, and Dr. Temi has touched on that, it is broad, but we need to be able to say what it is that we have done, achieved, when we say we have capacitated our people. And I think that has been lacking for some time, but we are working on it with various organizations. We also identified resources mobilization as a key focus area for us because most of us do not have funding and most of our projects fail because of lack of resources. So we also participate in various platforms. In inland, in particularly, we are also on the committee for inland fisheries policy development. We are also part of research groups. We do contribute a lot because we have realized that if we do not put our voices out there, we are always left alone. So all the government-led fisheries and aquaculture gatherings, we try as much as possible to be part of, so that mainly to get information that we can share with our women. I've also invited them in this online meeting so that they can have some information. Yesterday you said possibly some could have came, but we didn't know. But I took the liberty to invite some of them. So also celebrations, so that people are aware that women are also participants in this space. I think traditionally it was just males that were really visible, but we are saying we are here and we are willing to participate and we are capable. So we will be taking up some space in some areas. So we have, I've already said, we are formalizing our networks, collaborations. In some cases, we have MOUs, in particular for inland. We are working with the Tombisilica College of Agriculture. They have aquaculture in their college. So we are looking at those opportunities as a network so that our women are able to access some of those free facilities that they can use and make some living or income. We also invite SMMEs, co-ops. There's quite a number of cooperatives that have formed, especially after BRICS, but people are not so sure what they're supposed to be doing. So we engage them to try to assist in their either formation or setting up of their annual general meetings, because I'm not so sure how many of you have been at a co-op meeting, but it gets quite chaotic because they're not so sure what to do. So we took it upon ourselves to be part of such and also as observers. So we participate also in a number of projects implemented by government. Recently, we have been invited to some of DFFE's work with FAO in South Africa, but continentally, we have also reached out to FAO and some partners so that we make sure that when they have projects in our countries, we are informed directly so that they understand what our needs are. And I think that's what Ole Blue was trying to highlight. We know what we need in our communities. Speak to us, we will tell you exactly what we need. So that is what we're trying to do at a continental level as well. Some trainings as well, physical and online, we do in-house. We are professionals as well. I'm a trained aquaculturist. I also train others. And so we also do that within ourselves to give ourselves more traction. So what are our challenges? The challenges that we have faced quite a bit is the non-inclusive legislation, and it's also fragmented. For many years, we've been trying to say, especially for women inclusion, it's not robust enough to recognize that we have been previously marginalized, so we need to be included like drastically, robustly. So we cannot just be generalized to say, but what legislation is put out there needs to recognize us and needs to make it easy for us to participate in the sector. So there's also little recognition and support for women participants. That is one area that we are advocating for. Lack of strategies to transform this sector. We have tried to come in, but we face so many challenges that some of the women just cannot take it forward. And we need solutions to say, if we bring women and we are supporting them, how can we keep them in the sector, not just for projects, little projects that are going to end. So in terms of the network itself, because we are self-sustained, some countries face challenges like just registrations. Just to register to be a registered legal entity becomes a challenge. Some face bureaucracy in their countries. So there's quite a number of support that we require for these women. We cannot do it alone. And we do not have, as I said, I'm a struggling mussel farmer. Operational funding is non-existent in this country. Only CAPEX funding that you can get, and it's also minimal. One speaker spoke about banking and insurance. We will be very keen to possibly have even a workshop on such such information, because it's non-existent in our world. Possibly being given somewhere, but to the general population, that is not existing. So lack of funding will come in and out because, yeah, it is very, very, very severe problem that we are facing. Okay, next slide. I'm just going to try and, because I know my slides are a little bit long. So we have been struggling to reach other stakeholders. Okay, today we are here. It is our first time engaging with such an audience. And I think maybe there is an improvement, but we need more of this so that you know what we need, we know what you do or can provide, so that when we make requests to the relevant people and understanding what their activities are and how can they support us. So we also have issues with markets, although as OFishNet, we have now tried to come up with a strategy, or our new strategy, to bring on board key players that we believe will make our life easy and will be able to assist. So market platforms such as AFCAFTA is also part of bodies that we are talking to, so that they become part of us, or we become part of them. Also as well for standards and certifications, which is another area that we suffer. I saw Dr. Temi talking about traceability and stuff. So those kind of things, we really struggle with them for us to participate meaningfully in this sector and make a living out of it. So we need assistance. Things like processing equipment, logistical transportation of products to local markets, just local markets. It is a stumbling block for any small user, because you will not be able to afford to hire a big cold room truck to transport your goods. Yet you have to keep your products within the correct temperature throughout the value chain. We also have identified that there are climate change constraints, and it means now engaging with scientists. We would like to have as much information as possible, so that when we do our productions, they are within the sustainable means of our environment. Like I said, we are also professionals, so we are not just going out there looking out to get something out of the environment, but we do understand that we need to take care of the environment so that it takes care of us. All right. On the deep sea fishing, we are not visible at all. I'm a former marine resources manager with Sea Harvest. There was hardly women on board any of the boats. So you can imagine now ownership is non-existent. Yes, we understand that we cannot be there as yet, but is there someone looking out for us to start working on for us to get there? Few women own boats, for instance, even just small boats. Is there anyone out there trying to set up mechanism for women to be involved in boat making or ownership, etc.? You were in Brazil, you know a lot of women do own boats there because they have boat making facilities that are managed by women. I've been there myself, and it's quite refreshing to see that out there, women are doing big things. Okay, so I think I'll summarize the challenges on that. I just put a lot of few things so that you have the information when you're sharing around. So let's go to the opportunities, maybe. You can move there, yes. So we do acknowledge that there is new legislation being developed and we are part of it. Like I said, we are sitting on the committees and our voice is slowly getting out there. So we see that as some kind of achievement. We are recognized as a body for women in the continent by AU, which is an achievement for us. We have country chapters and we are progressing in registering, in launching. It is an achievement. We are now bringing on partners that are saying, we can assist you, let us know what you need. That is a high achievement. We are no longer going around searching in the dark. So we are able to sit on the table with some partners. We have FAO, GIZ, O Foundation coming through to us, to speak to us directly, which is what we have been crying for. So we are also going to be focusing on leadership programs. As you know, you have seen yesterday, the people that were there, it's not real leaders, it's just community members, and they still need to be out there. They still need to be assisted to, to express themselves. They cannot be able to grow or show to show their potential if they are not skilled. So we still need to skill them a lot, and we can identify a few community leaders that can then skill the rest. And we are also looking at trainers trainings that we can do, international exchanges, regional exchanges, etc. So that we, Tando mentioned Tanzania. Tanzania moved so quickly to liberate their people in fisheries. If you go there, it's just fisheries. And the ministry is very active. Even wherever we are meeting as SSF, you will see Tanzania, whether it's probably 4 of officials in the ministry that will be in that meeting to make sure that their people's voice is there. So some countries are not really coming through for us. Okay, next slide. We are almost at the end. Next slide, please. Table. Okay. So other things that we do, we go into these communities, explain exactly what fisheries and aquaculture is about, what the opportunities are. We sit with them. Some are clueless, but because they are existing across the water bodies, we believe they need equal access to that environment, which is theirs. So if we leave them out, there will be other people that come with certain knowledge that they believe they have and start operating just across. Can you believe if somebody just opens a shop next to you and you do not even have access to, or because you cannot afford to buy at that shop? So we are encouraging that communities that are around the water bodies be the first ones to benefit from their own resources. So like I said, we are going to be registering. I've just been communicating with another potential partner for Botswana. So we are moving. whether we have money or not. The passion is there. You can hear from my voice that the passion is there. We are moving, and we'll do everything possible to make sure that our women and youth are becoming part of these industries. In South Africa, just to mention or highlight, we have around 200 members that are interested in this. So it is quite a big number. We need to support them. We need to support them as much as we can. Next slide. Okay, I've just listed areas of support. Dr. Tim, you can maybe disseminate according to who can support that, but it's the normal, it's not really heavy stuff, but just to highlight where we can be supported. And we'll really gladly, you have invited us now to be part. I personally say, as the first vice chairperson of OfficialNet in the continent, we are going to be part of this, and we are going to bring everything that is possible from our side and take up what you can give to the network. I think that, can you check the last slide? But I think that's it. Yes, and some soft skill trainings that we also need. We have engaged with CEDA previously, but we haven't gone, as far as we would like to. So if there are any business course trainings, Saim is here, we will need information around that. We'll need to be part of that. So we'll really appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. Asante. Obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this has been very helpful. What we would like to do is continue with the talks that are highlighted here, and actually then maybe continue this discussion after the lunch going forwards, because I think it's very important. My one question you answered, I'm writing questions as you were saying. So I think the next one on the list is Gert Leroux. We don't have your slides. Are you happy to share from your side?
I can do that. Just give me a second.
Okay.
But I did email them to you earlier.
I can see something.
Just want to get into full screen mode.
Perfect. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay, can you see that? Hello?
Yep, just stand by for us. We're getting it on the big screens here. It is available online.
Okay, your sound is quite poor. If you can, I'm happy to go if you will allow me.
Just stand by 1 minute.
Sharing my screen at the moment.
Yes, no, it's available online. We're just trying to get it broadcast onto the screens here at the same time. I'm watching the tech team. There we go. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Gert Leroux. I'm the aquaculture and fisheries specialist at Woolworths. One of the things that I do is I oversee the Woolworths Seafood Sustainability Program, Fishing for the Future. I'm going to start this off just with a little bit of seafood sustainability context. If you look at seafood sustainability globally and the seafood sustainability narrative, it is very complex. There's many stakeholder groups, governments, industry, more than 600 NGOs active in this space, retailers, etc. And they've all got competing views on what is sustainable and what is not sustainable. But generally, what we've seen over the past 15 years is that there's been tremendous improvement in seafood sustainability. Most fish stocks now are sustainable, but despite that, some adverse impacts are continuing. If you, for example, look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and you look at Target 14, which attempted to end illegal and overfishing by 2020, well, that hasn't happened. We're still sitting with IU fishing of around 25% globally. And of course, there's some growing threats, including climate change and ocean plastics. We're already seeing the impacts of climate change on the availability of seafood in South Africa. But generally, what we have seen is that where there's a willingness from business and there's good government engagement, marine stocks and fishing stocks are doing well. Where there's good government policies, good enforcement, good monitoring, we're doing pretty good. So countries like South Africa, United States, Australia, some parts of Europe, seafood sustainability is looking quite good. The other important thing here is that aquaculture has been a tremendous game changer. It's significantly reduced pressure on wild fishing stocks, and I don't think it's always fully appreciated. And then looking forward, I think AI will play a transformative role in seafood sustainability in the next few years. But generally, when you look at the global food system context, seafood has great sustainability. Sea cage farmed Atlantic salmon is the most resource efficient protein on the planet. It's got a low carbon footprint. It's got low land use, the best feed conversion ratio of any of the livestock animals. It's got a very high edible yield. It's got very low freshwater consumption. Generally, as a retailer, when we look for confirmation of sustainability, we look at a number of seafood sustainability assurance schemes. Probably the most important of those are certifications. So the various certification schemes like Marine Stewardship Council, Aquaculture Stewardship Council, Global Gap, Best Aquaculture Practices, a new one called Certified Seafood International, and a new certification scheme for small-scale fisheries called Community Catch. And typically with these certification schemes, you have a set of standards, and you have an auditor that goes to a farm once a year or fishing operation, and it audits that farm against the standard. Part of that landscape is also improvement projects. These are generally managed by organizations such as fisheryprogress.org, Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, and the MSC also now have an improvement program. And then the other form of assurance are NGO ratings. It's typically the green, orange, or red ratings. In South Africa, WWF SASSI is very prominent. In the United States, for example, it's Monterey Aquarium Seafood Watch. If you look at NGO ratings, typically they are based on a desktop study that can be done once every 5 years, sometimes every 10 years. If you look at the coverage of these assurance schemes, around 11% of all seafood is certified. Currently rated or in an improvement project is around 35%, but 54% of seafood is not assessed and is generally considered data deficient. And this is disproportionately represented with small-scale fisheries and sometimes in the global south as well. If you look at all of the seafood globally that's been certified and that's been rated, around 20% is considered green at the moment. Looks a bit different in Africa. Globally at the moment, there are, or last year there were 572 MSC certified fisheries. There's only 4 in Africa. The hake trawl fishery in South Africa has been certified for more than 20 years. And then recently you've had the hake trawl and longline fisheries in Namibia certified. There is a tuna polar line and there's a tuna fishery in Senegal that's certified as well. If you look at aquaculture certification globally, it's only around 10% of all aquaculture production is certified. Specifically at the ASC, there's more than 2,200 ASC certified farm sites globally. There are just 6 in Africa. And of course, ASC has now also exited China. So against that backdrop, I'm just going to give you a quick overview of Woolworths' Fishing for the Future 2.0 program. Now, we have a very proud history of seafood sustainability. We've been looking at it for just on 25 years now, and we've had a dedicated seafood sustainability program, Fishing for the Future, since 2009. And over the years, we've had several sustainability firsts. We're the first retailer to sell MSC certified and with the MSC logo seafood. Same thing for ASC, first retailer to do DNA testing, for example. We've been in the WWF SASSI program, a corporate advisory program, since 2009. And being in that program, our sustainability program was mostly based on meeting a number of commitments. So like many retailers globally, we made commitments just more than 10 years ago that we would only sell certified seafood, seafood that's rated green, or seafood or fishing and aquaculture operations engaged in improvement projects. And we've done fantastically well. If you look at aquaculture, at farm seafood, 100% of what we sell meet our commitments. For wild caught, that percentage is 98.2%. For Woolworths branded seafood, we are primarily a Woolworths branded retailer. So 96% of the seafood that we sell has a Woolworths label on it. 99.44% of what we sell from our Woolworths branded products meets commitments. I think to fully understand that, you have to compare us to the other retailers in South Africa. Every year, WWF puts out a report. One of their criteria is the volume of seafood you sell that meets sustainability criteria. So what they consider to be sustainable. In 2023, they said that 95% of the seafood that we sell by volume is sustainable. Retailer A, they've only provided data twice in the past 7 years at a big dip. So I think there's probably some issues with the data there. Retailer B, they've been in this program for 14 years. 23% of what they sell by volume is considered sustainable. And retailer C, that number is 15%. So I think what this shows us, it's actions that matter, not commitments. I think retailers have to take more accountability. If we are not going to find solutions, we're not going to solve these problems if only one company does the right thing. I should probably be calling the others retailers X, Y, and Z. Okay, so where are we going with our Fishing for the Future program? If you look at Fishing for the Future 1.0, it was mainly focused on this corporate advisory program, a very narrow definition of sustainability, mostly focused on the environmental impacts of fishing and aquaculture, acknowledgement of MSC, ASC, or green rated seafood, and it was mainly a production focus. The retailers generally, or the NGOs, put pressure on the retailers to put pressure on the producers of seafood. So based on these absolutist commitments that we made, only selling certified green rated seafood or seafood in the FIPS, and all of the major retailers in South Africa did the same thing, and a lot of retailers globally did as well. But over time, what this became was an overemphasis on ticking boxes. If we could say it's MSC certified, we didn't really look at that fishery again, and annual reporting. So we're making some significant changes, looking at this much more strategically, becoming much more action driven, and I think Woolies is uniquely positioned to be an industry leader in this space. So we are engaging with our supply chain much more actively. We are also much more involved in pre-competitive collaborations. We, at the moment, co-fund 6 of those globally. We now look at seafood within a global food system context. It's a multi-component view. It's not just the environmental side of things, but we have to look at the social and economic side as well. We will accept other certifications, not just MSC and ASC. So we accept BAP and Global GAP. Those certification schemes are, in any case, recognized by the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative. For us, the focus now is very much production and consumption. We can responsibly source seafood, but if our customers don't buy it, it's not sustainable either. And I think for Woolworths, we've done well in meeting commitments, but for us now, it's going from commitments to practice. This is what we do. We certainly see Woolworths as an industry leader, disruptor, and it's the Woolworths difference. In the long term, or beyond 2030, where we want to go with this is the following. If you look at that period, 2008 to 2020, it was all about NGO compliance. Is it certified? Is it rated green? We're now in a phase where it's about Woolworths leadership. We determine what sustainability means. We tell our suppliers where they should be focusing, and we try to come up with solutions for specific problems. It's not just an environmental focus. We're increasingly looking at the social side of things and looking at the unique circumstances in South Africa and Africa as well. But ultimately, our vision with this is supplier leadership. We don't want to police our supply chains after 2030. We want every supplier to be a sustainability leader. If you look at the top line things here, it's very much based on, very much evidence based. So a lot of this based on standards, auditing, checking in with suppliers. But over the years, we've built tremendous data sets. I'm listening earlier today, there's a real focus on collecting more data. I think we need to start integrating this with artificial intelligence, big data, advanced analytics, and do it in real time. And we've got to go from this evidence-based system to an algorithmically powered prediction system. What is producer intent? Do they intend to be sustainable? And ultimately, we need to link that to persuasive AI to really talk to consumers as well. So against that backdrop, I think something that we are looking at as an additional ocean action for Ocean20 is Woolworths can potentially lead an industry and business think tank on the future of seafood sustainability assurance. These existing programs, they've all developed between 20 and 25 years ago. They haven't changed significantly over the years. I think everything around us has changed. Technology has changed. So we need to look at these things anew. We would look as an outcome from this is recommendations for key role players. So recommendations for certification schemes, rating schemes, etc. I think this links very well to the food security and Blue Foods initiative, and hopefully the outputs can be included in the Ocean20 communique. Thank you very much. That's my story.
Thank you very much, Gert. I'm going to hold questions for now. That was incredible. I don't know if we have a Piwe online. I don't see her name yet. Piwe, if you're
Hello,
ready.
I'm here.
Yes, you're welcome to give us some feedback from your perspective around Blue Foods. Okay, great. Sharing.
Just let me know if you can see the correct side of my presentation.
Yeah, you just need to put it into slide mode. Thanks.
Okay, all right, let me try
Oh,
that
it's
again.
switch screens. Is that what it is? Sorry.
Okay.
Share.
Sorry, let me do this one more time. Should work.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tammy, and it's been such a pleasure listening to other speakers. My name is Apiwe Moshani. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Cape Town and also a Blue Food Futures Fellow at the University of Stanford Center for Ocean Science and Research. I think it's been, quite a pleasure to sort of hear research from all kinds of spheres and disciplines, and really a keen theme that has been sort of communicated throughout today in the afternoon, as well as in the morning, is the need for collaboration and different kinds, and the commitment to different kinds of collaboration in success for these very, very complex problems. These are not simple at all. And I think this is a very good step towards such collaborations, and I'm sort of seeing that become more prevalent in the sector. I myself am coming as a marine social scientist with some of the work that I've done, and really a great passion for equality and equity in particular in South African ocean governance and blue food futures in particular in the context of blue economies. So as we've been sort of talking this morning, what's become prevalent and clear to us is that not enough information is known about what is in the ocean and how much of it can be harnessed as far as sort of economic terms and financiable terms as far as the blue economy is concerned. And I think it's very unfortunate. These studies also indicate that about 0.1 to 0.5% of African countries African countries spend about 0.1 to 0.5% of their GDPs on research and development. And I think that's quite telling in comparison to the global 2.2% average, which is quite unfortunate. And so many scholars, as we've sort of been discussing within the context of Africa Day and sort of, blue economies in particular becoming a very prevalent concept in African regions, in the African region more broadly, it's quite evident that not enough science is tracking the real value of blue economy, alone how it can be harnessed. In South Africa, there are figures that are thrown sort of in reports indicating 129 to 177 million rands contributions are speculated towards the GDP, but these figures, it's unclear how these figures are sort of developed and sort of are disseminated in ways that lack a lot of context. And so it is very important for us to sort of talk about and think about ways in which research can be prioritized and can be invested into in order to accurately inform policies. I think when policies are developed without any scientific evidence, it is quite clear that its governance systems and policies are being developed without clear sight and essentially leading blindly. And so I really wanted to sort of emphasize the fact that the success of research in Africa really does depend on public, private, and academic sector partnerships to help secure self-funding and control over research agendas as well and priorities. Sort of seeing this sort of interesting geopolitical moment in South African and global research more broadly, and how funding from the West and Europe has sort of become more precarious in as far as research goes. And so I think this is a really crucial moment for Africa to stand up as far as prioritizing research, but also in a way that enables us autonomy over what kind of priorities within research we can sort of put at the center. So moving on from that, it was important to sort of share some of the findings that I have on my own research, but in the context of sort of the first slide indicating the need for funding and knowledge in particular. But I'll get into the specifics of this case study that is part of my research dissertation at the University of Cape Town and Stanford University. And so the direction that we're coming from here is from a blue economies context, but particularly looking at one of South Africa's identified blue economy sites being Richards Bay. And so there are multiple sites, as we've sort of been exploring earlier this morning about what blue economies are, what they are not, what they look like, and specific programs and projects that are framed as blue economies. It's all extremely ambiguous at times, and it often seems like sustainable development semantics. However, South Africa has sort of in the context of a global scheme, identified the oceans as a sort of untapped, to use the language, resource. And so in a post-COVID society, this is seen as a viable economic option to boost GDPs and so on. And so research in Richards Bay is what has been my main focus, and particularly as an area of contestation in KwaZulu-Natal, and one that has a lot of deep history as far as the local resource users who are historically marginalized rural communities whose relationships around the ocean have been altered historically from colonial periods to the apartheid regime, and we'll sort of see how those colonial and apartheid-based ocean governance legislature really does influence contemporary ocean governance. And so just to take a step back, we've at length discussed blue economies, but I think it's very important to sort of place the context globally within the SDGs 14 for life below water, as there are strong parallels with that between the two concepts. And the blue economies are framed in sort of a way that is meant for the improvement of human well-being. There's a strong social equity in blue economies communicated from a variety of projects, whether they are oil and gas explorations and concessions, whether it's aquaculture, commercial fisheries and small-scale fisheries, coastal tourism, etc. While these are supposed to significantly reduce environmental risks and ecological scarcities, and this is quite an ambitious, quite an ambitious initiative, if you ask me. But it is, in true sustainable development form, trying to balance these three very complex pillars of what it means to have a thriving society, very much derived from green economies, and sort of this has been adapted in this narrative in that sense. So once again, it's sort of seen as the triple benefit towards thriving societies and should yield social outcomes. And I think it's very important to remember that and to keep that in mind. In the work that I do in rural Richards Bay, I work with two communities who historically have been small-scale fishing communities, but in KwaZulu-Natal, coastal communities explore a variety of different coastal livelihoods. And so they identify themselves as coastal livelihoods communities, with small-scale fishing being but a subset of this livelihood. And I think it's very important to sort of understand what it means to talk about blue food futures when communities are criminalized for attaining blue foods themselves. This community has been historically suffered challenges, rather, when it comes to accessing food in the form of fish, as small-scale fishes or subsistence fishes in the Umhlathuze estuary, which is a sort of protected site, although it's unclear whether it sort of is categorized as a marine protected area, but it certainly has no take zones according to the Integrated Coastal Management Act of South Africa. And so these individuals historically have been displaced in ways that communities in the hinterlands of South Africa and other African regions can really resonate to. The stories of land dispossession influencing how people engage with the ocean, and how this historically marginalized community itself, whose experience of the ocean has been distorted. Some community members have been moved further inland in the province, some in different parts of the country from 1800s, so on. And so I think it's very crucial to have in our minds exact and accurate ideas of who we deem as sort of the rightful or resource users more holistically. And I think in South Africa, when we sort of think about fisheries as a concept that's involved or categorized within the blue economies, that tends to get lost. The sort of the role of small-scale fishes and subsistence fishes, particularly in this area, because they sort of don't have access to local, national, or even local markets, because their fishing itself is in a precarious position. And so these fisheries governance mechanisms that do exist, such as the Small-Scale Fisheries Policy in South Africa, Marine Living Resources Act, and all the other sort of institutional arrangements that are supposed to enhance small-scale fishing or enable this traditional fishing in these communities, do not enable small-scale fishing, and youth itself in these communities are sort of migrating outwards and don't see these livelihoods as viable or aspirational economically. And we sort of see this unfortunate trend where our coastline, which is as long as, I believe, over 3,000 kilometers, is sort of left to individuals who are not only do not have a lived experience of the coast, but have historically benefited from South Africa's ocean governance regimes and commercial fisheries sector is in particularly a major actor in that sense. And so here we sort of see the actors that communities have identified themselves being in conflict with. A lot of my research has to do with identifying ocean-based conflicts in the context of a blue economy and therefore thriving coastal communities. And so these communities do see themselves as very disempowered, and other industries that they do wish to collaborate with as sort of dominating over them and making decisions over them in a way that's exclusionary, but in a way that also inhibits their ability to practice a traditional livelihood. And so I think it's quite important to add in this point that coastal communities are very rich and not monolithic at all, in the sense that there are nuances based on what communities see as futures as far as food systems. And there is a need for an evolution of what a coastal community even looks like, and not necessarily romanticizing the historical ideas of what it means to be a poor small-scale fisher or subsistence fisher. There's sort of an idea that fisheries in the community sense needs to evolve, and there's an openness to fair and just collaboration in the context of the blue economy. And so, as I've mentioned, there are these tensions in the social, environmental, economic objectives that don't lead to project implementation that's fair, and in fact continue to entrench power imbalances that are historically known in South Africa. And so these are sort of seen within how deeply regulated local food producers are. I'm in Tanzania at the moment, and as other speakers mentioned earlier, the difference in sort of access to local markets is vast compared to what we have in South Africa, where these laws do not enable small-scale fishers or local fisher people to have autonomy and sovereignty over their food systems. And I think it's very important for our legislature and programs to acknowledge that, to acknowledge those inequalities and that sort of imbalance that exists. And secondly, how there's sort of a conflict between conservation mechanisms that seek to sort of protect the ocean in juxtaposition to local livelihoods being practiced. And this is sort of seen perpetually in multiple research in the east coast of South Africa, as well as the west coast. And I want to emphasize once again that when coastal land has been dispossessed and access has been prohibited historically, and these resource users have been treated as quote poachers, that distorts the sort of perceptions and lived experiences of what it means to live off the ocean, and to sort of carry on the tradition itself, but also open up the economic viability of what it means to sort of tap into resources that are ocean-based in the hinterlands as well. And so I was tempted to sort of be leave this talk without much positivity, but I found it deep within myself to share perhaps some ideas of what we mean by having pathways towards thriving blue futures, because I myself have a strong belief towards future imagining. And I think when coastal communities, because of their dire economic positions, and many communities along the African region, when there's an inability to dream and to dream of thriving futures as far as food systems go, then I think that's when we all need to be worried. But I think I'll leave you all with some food for thought regarding mechanisms and pathways. And one of those is supporting and enhancing these coastal livelihoods and ensuring that there's an access to local and national markets and trade. And I think the president of our fishnet really provided us with so many nuggets to sort of see both what the opportunities are in aquaculture, but also what the real struggles are in terms of lack of funding and capacitating. And I think we need to sort of shift priorities as far as what is being given funding and what has sort of fallen by the wayside in ocean governance and blue economies activities more broadly. I think improving cross-continental collaborations is important. We only have one ocean as the African continent, and so collaboration across these, beyond these sort of colonial borders that divide our continent, is very important. And I think there's a lot of cross-learning that can exist in that sense. Of course, institutional arrangements that are bottom-up and inclusive are important. And this means fair and just decision-making processes that do take into account individuals do not have who are historically marginalized, but also have a lived experience and real science. You know, when we talk about ocean science, we talk about often it's a misconception that we speak about knowledge makers and us academics, but the individuals who really hold the knowledge here are the ones with lived experiences of sort of growing up and who have a deep ancestral connection to the ocean. And I think that can be shared more widely. And this sharing brings me to the final point. In the Thabo Mbeki Foundation's inaugural lecture that I had the pleasure of attending in Dar es Salaam last week, in sort of celebration of Africa Day, there was sort of an indication that an awareness of how important Blue Food Futures is as an agent of change is not well understood in many parts of the African continent. And I think this is a very simple but a very important factor that needs to be considered, because like I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, many of these experiences of exclusion, of displacement, and of struggle resonate and are understood by many African communities. And so when we consume the resources that we so deeply love or so deeply have a relationship with, wherever we come from continentally, I think it's very important to understand the stories of these coastal communities and sort of their attachment and their connections with the ocean. That's all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Apiwe. I think we've got about 10 minutes until lunch, and we've got Serge online, and we'd like to hear from him just in terms of Abelobi and what Abelobi represents. And then I think we'll break for lunch, and it would be good to maybe continue with the discussions after lunch. Those that can stay online would be great. Those that can't, we understand. Just around Blue Foods and how and what that means for ocean actions going forward. So Serge, I don't know if are you able to talk?
Hey
Yes?
everyone, I'm here. If you can allow my video, then you can also see me for a bit. At the moment, I imagine you can only hear me. Is that correct?
Yes, we can hear you. The tech team are working on it.
Right. Okay, that looks different. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Good. Hello, everyone. Now we can also see who is in the room here. It's really good to be here. I'm also well aware that I'm the one that's standing between your probably jam-packed morning session and lunch in about 7 minutes. Also came in thinking that we were going to be part of a panel. So given that you've had a lot of information sent your way, I'm not gonna share my screen. I'm just gonna talk to you and do this a bit differently in the next 7 minutes. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person. I think it would have been much nicer, but nevertheless, glad to have an opportunity to address you and hopefully fuel a couple of questions. My name is Serge Raymakers. I'm one of the founders and the director of an organization called Abelobi. And I'll tell you all about Abelobi in the next couple of minutes. But I just wanted to reflect a little bit on the three previous speakers in this sort of blue food thematic. I think it was really, really important to digest and to hone in on what Mashibana highlighted as key challenges, key practical challenges for women-led enterprises, individuals, SMEs, cooperatives, and anything in between to drive change, build sustainable blue food businesses, and at the same time build small economies around this. I think we often think about policy, we often think about governance, but we need to hone in much more on runway, on working capital, on business development, beyond a project, beyond a 1-week course, but long-term business development of all these small initiatives, of course, within some kind of sustainability framework. I also enjoyed listening to Gert I know his work really well because we partner with Woolworths, but it is fascinating to me listening again to Geert, how retailers, not just in South Africa, but more globally, are really zooming out to look at not just ecological, which is obviously absolutely critical, but also looking at social, looking at economies, looking at different flavors for different kinds of supply chains, and working very closely with different supply chains. I think that's a very refreshing outlook and approach. And then last but not least, thank you so much, Apiwe, for grounding us again and giving us a bit of a flavor of the experiences of fishing communities within a broader policy context, how they're experiencing various projects and programs, and where they stand. So I really enjoyed listening to all of you the last half an hour. So I'm Serge at Abelobi, as I've mentioned to you guys. If you don't know Abelobi, we are 7 years old. We are based in Cape Town, but also in many fisher communities along the South African coastline. We're not yet in KwaZulu-Natal, but working hard on that one. We were founded by fishing community members here in the Western Cape, by fishery scientists, natural social scientists, and by members of government members, managers, with the idea to bring these three groups a bit more together to try and drive practical implementation of the South African small-scale fisheries policy. So that's the big context. We are about 55 full-time staff members and in total about 120 members working in our organization. So we've matured a bit. We're a medium-sized organization and work in an extremely decentralized way along the coastline. We don't just work in South Africa, we work in other countries around the world, especially in the Western Indian Ocean, but I'm not going to talk too much about that today. And at Abelobi, to put it really simply, we try and do three things. Of course, everything we do hinges on the relationship, the trust, the engagement with fisher communities, hence our approach of recruiting and working and embedding ourselves in fishing communities along the coastline. But we do these three things. The first one is data. How do we work with fisher communities around the notion of data, information, and knowledge? How do we elevate, recognize, bring to the fore this deep local ecological knowledge that so many fishers have? How do we bring that a bit more to the table in various ways, in various formats? How do we elevate that? And at the same time, how do we dive a bit deeper into key data elements that help these groups with their partners, that could be conservation organizations, governments, their business partners, to make data-driven decision-making? That's the key piece. That's our foundation of anything we do and everything we do. And we do that, again, through a lot of trust, a lot of engagement with fisher communities, but also by sprinkling a bit of technology here and there. You might have heard of the Abelobi apps. Fishers can use something called Abelobi Fisher, which allows them to record their catch, expense, and income, access weather predictions, load their various permits, engage with the data, but also engage at aggregated level within their cooperative, within their beach management unit in Kenya, or within their fish association. We also ran a monitor tool that can be used by government officials, that can be used by NGO workers, that can be used by members of cooperative to record data at a more aggregated level. So think about a lot of boats coming in at a landing site and recording catch and other biologicals from that particular day, from all these different trips, from all these boats. But again, focusing on the aggregated data and the data products that help these groups make certain decisions. There are a lot of examples on the net, on our website, various platforms with our partners on how fishers are using their Abelobi data to do things differently. The second thing we do is skills building. We, at the moment, run something like 12 different courses that fishers can take on. So you register on the Fisher app, and from there, with your username login, you can access these courses. They are e-learning courses, and we do have fishers that do this by themselves. But of course, in the large majority of cases, we work with coaches on the ground. These could be government mentors, this could be NGO workers, our own coaches, to deliver these courses in a sort of a curriculum where fishers go from module to module and get through this learning opportunity, this skills building opportunity. Our courses dive deep into digital literacy, financial literacy, at individual level, but also at organizational level, business development, conflict resolution, co-management, marketing, cold chain, and logistics. A lot of the topics that Mashebana was highlighting actually earlier on. So very keen to connect. In fact, one of your members, Betty Mondon from the Seychelles, I know really well. She used to work with Abelobi, so really keen to connect with your organization on this. But we run the skills building scale. We don't just do this in South Africa, with courses and modules and topics and learning methods that are very much contextualized and built with fishing communities. So a lot of the modules on our courses, a lot of the training videos, a lot of the concepts are actually explained by fisherwomen and fishermen themselves, which is something we're really proud of. It sticks, it helps to navigate this knowledge, this new knowledge in such a way. Fishers get a certificate at the end of our course and take it from there. More recently, we've also partnered with various organizations to deliver and deploy courses that are aimed at cooperative level. As we've heard a few times now, South Africa has recognized the small-scale sector, has formalized this through 170 fisher cooperatives along our coastline that now own a legal right to fish. How do we take these cooperatives from owning a right as a community to becoming active members of collaborative fisheries management to potentially becoming economic vehicles? That's what these courses are all about. And then last but not least, I said we're doing three things. The last thing is we connect all these groups that work with us on the data pieces, that work with us on the knowledge, that work with us on the skills building. We connect them however they want. We connect them with our marketplace. We run a digital marketplace in South Africa that is backed by hubs along the coastline and a whole cold chain and logistics network that helps these fishing communities, these fisher cooperatives, these groups of fishers to say, hey, I want to try and catch and process and sell my fish in a different way. I want to tap into traceability. I want to tap into transparency. I want to tap into more direct market access with whoever I'm building a relationship with. And so our marketplace has grown substantially over the last 7 years. I think at the moment we're the largest distributor of green-listed fish from small-scale fishers in South Africa. We work with hundreds of restaurants. We work with various retailers. We are exporting. And we use this whole marketplace as a flywheel to really drive social entrepreneurship in these fishing communities, but of course, within a responsible fisheries framework. On the back of the marketplace, we run financial services. Fishers can access working capital, fishermen and fisherwomen can access savings programs. That's kind of our most successful program this day, the savings mechanism. And then in November last year, we launched a life insurance program with various partners where any member linked to our program can access something that goes way beyond a funeral policy, a real life insurance product, which is really powerful. And we're trying to deploy that now at scale. The life insurance program works again on the back of a responsible fishing framework, logging your catch, partaking in our training, connecting with us at data meetings, putting a tracker on your vessel if you're nearby an MPA, etc., etc. Our whole motto behind Abelobi is that we have a policy, and the policy is potentially utopic. The policy is maybe not the be-all and the end-all. The policy is hard to navigate and implement. It will need review at various points in time, but we have a policy. We have a policy that recognizes small-scale fishing communities along the South African coastline in a better way than whatever was there before. Okay, in a better way than whatever was there before. So let's do with what we got, navigate change along the way, but in a very practical way where fishers are exercising not just their right to fish, their right to be part of a decision-making table, but also their economic right or their socio-economic right. That's Abelobi. If you want to know a bit more, and I've got over time, but if you want to know a little bit more, please feel free to reach out to us. It's very easy to find us these days online. You just Google Abelobi and you'll find a way to connect us, or you connect directly with me. My email is serge@abelobi.org. Would love to take the conversation. Well, this has been a bit of a monologue, but I'd love to have a conversation with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Serge. That's very helpful. And I loved how you put together all the different discussions held before this. especially with Mashabane and the female cooperatives. So I think at this stage we're going to break for lunch, and we can come back with after an hour by 2:30 and see where we can take some of these discussions forward, particularly for Blue Foods, but also potentially for others. So thank you very much for those online and those in the room that have been presenting, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thanks. from Woolworths. And the Ocean Action he's suggested is we're very keen to take forwards in terms of, let me get a check quickly so I don't get the wording incorrect. In terms of the future of seafood sustainability assurance and having a look at that, that chain going from actual fishing to on your plate and making sure that we, that it's being verified and things. So we'd like to enhance that. And we've had some really nice discussion, I think, already between Mashabane and Serge, for instance, at Abelobi, and trying to join the dots a little bit more. But given what we did yesterday with the inland communities and inland fisheries, I just wanted to get a sense of, and given our discussion around blue foods, what this room and those online think about the inland resources as fisheries, and how do we extend that definition of blue foods? Our ideal from this discussion is to put out a discussion paper on this definition, working with people in the room and online, whoever's keen to work with us, to actually define that a bit better. But do we include rivers? Do we include tilapia fisheries and aquaculture inland and other ways of food security in terms of our blue economy? Is this the correct way of thinking around things? So that's the first question I wanted to just see if there was input to. And then secondly, in terms of products and services, so we've heard a lot today about, and rightly so, there's a lot of data that's still needed. And there's a lot of information still needed of the ocean, of the coastal resources, rivers, all sorts of areas that are important to what we're talking about. And it's not just here in South Africa, it's in Africa, it's in the regions, it's in the world. Everybody complains, we need to know more. We need more observations, we need more monitoring. But do we need more monitoring? And I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. Or are we looking at enhanced products and services that could answer the questions almost immediately with the data that we've got, understanding what we have, and then enhancing those with the correct observations? And this is potentially a gap that we see, having had a few discussions where businesses could be playing a role, different ideals could be playing a role, skills challenges and things like that. So these are the two questions I thought we could just discuss around in the next couple of minutes, in terms of, that blue foods, blue economy definition, extending it into rivers, is this correct? And in terms of products and services on the ground for the people in trying to understand things. The floor is yours. I'll bring you the mic.
No, thanks so much. Let me attempt to ask questions from the guy that was presenting from Woolworths. Yes. Is he still in the room? Oh, yes. Yeah. Now I wanted, just out of interest, I know you said part of the profiling of the seafood, I think you said 54% is constituted by the small scale fishers in terms of the profiling of what's the word that he used, but it's in relation to the compliance and so on. But he said it's 54%. So I wanted to check from him what could have been the challenge for the small scale fishers in terms of the fish products that they do not, or they are sitting at 54. And the second part that I wanted to ask him is perhaps from a percentage point of view of the sea product or seafood products that they have or they buy as Woolworths. What's the percentage or what's the contribution, or how much are they getting from the small scale fishers? This is to, of course, within the context of empowering the small scale fishers to say, from a market point of view, because the other law was speaking about assisting in terms of access to the market, but Woolworths is a market on its own. So how, are they buying from the small scale? And if so, what's the percentage? And perhaps the last point, not for him though, but the other lady that was presenting from Tanzania, I think more or less of what she was presenting, it's if you look on the what used to be called the Bondus, communities. If you look at the Eastern Cape, particularly the eastern side of the Eastern Cape, all along up to KZN, Richards Bay, Sodwana Bay, and all of that area. So those are some of the areas that have been, most instances, proclaimed as MPAs. And those MPAs are perceived by the local people as the hindrance for them to participate in the ocean's economy, as we speak about, particularly on the fisheries, or even if we talk about the coastal and marine tourism. And in part, if you were to look at the legislation that is normally used at times, not only the MPAs as they are, top down as they are, the legislation that has been used, for instance, in the eastern side of the Eastern Cape, what used to be called Transkei, there would have been a Transkei decree that would not allow any erection or construction of any physical structure within 1 kilometer from the high water mark. And that has been, challenged for quite a number of times, as to be seen as, how do you say that as local people that must participate in the ocean's economy, and yet we are being, taken away from the ocean's economy? But if you were to do a comparison, if you drive up towards the Cape Town using the Garden Road, you'd find quite a number of establishments just close to the ocean. Some of them, they're even inside the ocean itself. So those questions, I think they still need to be addressed. And like within the context of what she was saying, I'm saying that that's almost the common phenomenon in those areas. And I guess part of the discussions, even on the definition of that we are talking about of blue economy, in the context of blue justice, food security, active participation, and so on. Those are some of the things that they need to be really considered. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So, Gert, would you like to take the first two questions?
Yes, happy to do that. I'll answer the question on Woolies' involvement with small-scale fisheries and sourcing from small-scale fisheries first. It's a very specific objective of ours. It has to be seen within the context that globally there is no generally accepted definition of small-scale fisheries. It's very difficult to define exactly what a small-scale fishery is. But on average, I think if you look at global capture fisheries production, you'd probably find that it's somewhere between 40 and 60% the split, large commercial versus small scale. And it might be as close as 50-50. But let's just call it 55-45. So Woolworths at the moment, if you look at capture fisheries, around 42% of the wild caught seafood that we sell come from small-scale fisheries, what we would define as small-scale fisheries. And we're trying to increase that contribution as well. If you look at the facts around seafood sustainability assurance schemes and the coverage there, where we say that only 46% of fisheries and aquaculture, 46% of seafood is covered either through certification, a rating scheme, or an improvement project, and 54% is not. And I said that in that 54%, small-scale fisheries is disproportionately represented. And what are the reasons for that? Well, one of the main reasons, specifically if you look at certification, is cost. Yeah, it is very costly to obtain certification and to maintain certification. And you need specific knowledge and capacity to be able to prepare yourself for those audits. So that certainly plays a role. I think if you historically look at certification, the big pool for certification has come from the developed countries and retailers within developed countries. Yeah, the pool has been less in more traditional markets and in the global south. You've also got to look at the resources being exploited by small-scale fisheries. If you take South Africa, for example, and you look at the most valuable fishery in this country, which is the demersal hake trawl fishery, it's a data-rich fishery with data going back almost 100 years. There's been trawl surveys, a lot of scientific research there. But then you look at some of the resources being exploited by coastal communities and small-scale fishermen. There are no stock assessments for a lot of these species, and immediately that makes it difficult to be able to get certification. If you look at the rating schemes, they've been so environmentally focused that they haven't really looked at the social side, and they haven't really recognized the contribution to food security and inclusiveness, for example. So there's lots of reasons, but I firmly believe that technology can solve some of these.
So unfortunately, Apiwe is no longer online. So I'm wondering if anybody either in the room or online is able to answer that discussion point around MPAs being a hindrance to coastal communities in terms of participating in the ocean economy. I cannot, and if we don't get an answer to this particular thing, Apiwe did leave us a message to say, please get in touch, and happily I can share her email address with you. So if there's no one online that can answer that easily, it is, I realize it, or in historical literature and communications, this has been a problem for a very long time, and it's something that I don't think is easily addressed. But I could put you in touch with the Apiwe. Okay. Any other questions at this stage, particularly? I wonder, Mashabane, if you wanted to come back in about the certification costs for small-scale fishers and stock assessments and things like that. Are there some resources that are easier to work with for exactly those reasons? Where's
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tim. So this is one of the biggest challenges, and I'll speak from a personal experience. As Gert is saying, there is no clear definition or separation of the small-scale fishermen, SMMEs, and some semi-commercial. So some of us find themselves in the middle of all of this. And then you have to comply with the same requirements as a commercial operator, which puts you at it puts you out of business before you even start. For example, with the mussel farmers in Saldanha Bay, there were a couple of us, and we were very small. First, the output was kept because of environmental restrictions. The EIA was not finalized at first. So our production output was not commercially viable. Yet we were made to comply with certification that are at commercial level. So your cost into the business, it doesn't make sense at all. And there is no support from government in that sense, because now it's about compliance. So government cannot pay for you to comply to, their own legislation. So, and the other issue was that we were focusing on exports. So for the local market, when we're coming in, it was almost saturated, which is what we get out of, whether it's true or not, but that is the response that we get, that they cannot uptake our products. So we have to work through an already established commercial processing facility so that we can export. But from the at the farm level, now you have to have an MSc certification. You can ask her how much that is, but for them now saying they can take a BAP and GAP, which is much cheaper, but still the small guys will need support. So if at our level doing muscles, we struggle so much, do you understand that the one that is having a small basket cannot be able to comply with that? So already it puts you out, then you are just left with subsistence production, not small scale fisheries in any sense. And the other thing that I wanted to highlight, just from the inception of you trying to get into the industry, you have EIAs that are very costly. And we have been trying for so long that can we have some leniency as entrant, just to allow for entrant farmers, especially when we are saying we want to look at aquaculture as a supplement to traditional fisheries, because we can see that there is going to be troubles in the near future. So if we are not getting ready like the rest of the world to make sure that aquaculture rises and we rest our natural resources, then we have a problem. Yet we are not putting down mechanisms that allow for that to happen. So EIA is one of the biggest issues for small people. And if government can do something, in the mussel business, we tried with the testing. You have highlighted red tide as an issue.
Yes.
So we do a lot of testing, a lot of stop and goes along the way, which puts you out of business for a while, and it becomes challenging. As such, we try to come up with other solutions like integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, which is something that we want government to also uptake and assist us in terms of restructuring the permit system that they currently have. So we do try to put out there some solutions that can be looked at, but it's, I don't know, it's still a long way. Thanks.
Thank you. Gert, you had your hand up just now. Did you want to come back in?
I can say a couple more things. You know, I think in terms of market access for small-scale fisheries, potentially this new standard, community catch, can be a bit of a game changer. I think it will be a lot more accessible. Certainly the cost of auditing will come significantly down. I think the standard, while still meeting the FAO eco-label guidelines, would probably be a bit easier to achieve than for example, the latest version of the MSC standard, which I think even some large operations will struggle to achieve. So, but I look at it, and maybe our entire approach to this should change. As a retailer, should we really pursue 100% certified seafood, or is 90% okay, and we are happy to work with 10% to improve, and to really try and prioritize the social aspects, and get what we can out of some small scale fisheries in terms of being more sustainable. And that might be a way to look at this. You don't have to be certified to be sustainable. So maybe that is something to take into the thinking. In terms of the question regarding inland resources as part of blue foods, that's a difficult one, and it certainly differs by region. yeah, I think if you look at Africa as a whole, but specifically at Eastern Central Africa, and you look at the Great Lakes regions, yeah, there's tremendous potential there. I've visited those regions. Yeah, there's fantastic water bodies. We can probably build a tilapia farming industry there that rivals salmon farming in South America and in Europe. But a lot of things have to change. We need to develop markets. At the moment, there's a lot of very cheap tilapia coming into Africa. But just from a sort of biophysical point of view, there's tremendous potential. I think the potential for fisheries inland is a lot lower, and certainly in South Africa, it's a lot lower. If you look at the availability of species, the capture methods, etc., yeah, I'm not quite sure that high volume inland fisheries can be operated in certainly in South Africa. Even in the Great Lakes with Nile perch, it's been difficult to maintain sustainability there. South Africa specifically, we've got limited freshwater resources. Freshwater aquaculture in South Africa is going to be really tough. A few years ago, a lot of the dams ran dry. What do you do then? And we've got a really tough temperature regime. We have cold winters and warm summers. If you're not growing fish for 12 months of the year and you're feeding the fish every day, you're losing money. So we really have to be honest about the potential for aquaculture in this country, but certainly in the rest of Africa, huge potential.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for those insights, both. Any other discussion points at this stage? Otherwise, I'd like to open up an idea about the products and services aspect of things. Particularly around small scale fishes. Oh, my friend, he's left now. And in terms of supporting those fisheries, as I said, we've got a lot of data. Scientists, we've got a lot of data. What do we do with it all? Is there a way of supporting getting products and services out to communities, to small scale fishers up the coasts? What is important? What do people need to know? And how do we go about doing that? Is this potentially a gap where we can engage with industry more? So just wanted to put that out there for now.
Okay, I'm still holding the mic. So, yeah, from some discussions, we don't have information around climate smart technologies that we can look at as small, and we are aware that we are going to face a lot of climate problems. How do we get ready to make sure that we are not found shaking at them? So how to get this type of information, scientific data, instead of, I think it's Sarah online that said, rather come through our engagements, like we do have associations.
Yes.
For the small scale, I would say let's have talks with cooperatives, because now they are organized. They are even going as far as secondary cooperatives. So you won't have to deal with large numbers of people, but then you can have leaders that can give you exactly the information that they get from the operators. So there is that opportunity to engage them directly, and not I think somebody was cautioning, just don't come as a scientist, but as a community member trying to, because otherwise you go back empty. I've tried to get meetings with universities into the communities, and they will immediately tell you. That's why there is so little information out there about indigenous knowledge, because they will say, you want to bring us the scientific information, but you are not listening to us. We say we know when the moon is going to cause one exit. So listen to that first, and then that way you'll be able to get as much information from them as possible.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to have a comment around that? We're finding that quite valuable, particularly on the east coast of South Africa. We have a student that's done exactly that and gone back into the communities to understand what they understand to be changes in the climate and how they've experienced it, and then going back and comparing it to actual scientific data and finding that the way they perceive things is, is correct. They understand things. We just need to put it in a way that they can access that information going forwards now in order to, plan for their future and mitigate against disasters. LA Blue, have you got the...
Hello. Okay. I agree with her. Just to add a bit on what she said, with my experience as well, going into the field and going to a indigenous community, and I was in Nelson Mandela University at that time. So when you go there and you introduce yourself as a researcher from Nelson Mandela University, they sit down and they want to listen to you because they feel like they don't have anything to contribute until you have to explain exactly how it works and how a collaborative network works, and try to explain to them how to co-design a platform or a framework. Then that's how you are able to get information from them. Also, a lot of them have interacted with people who just take information from them and they go, and then they gain nothing. They hear no response from the outcomes of the research or whatever. So they become very reluctant to opening to researchers or government officials because they feel like, okay, you're just here to exploit us. So if we explore more co-designing methods, and I do not like to address them as participants. I like to address them as co-researchers. So when we get there, we work together. I'll tell you what I see from my side. You tell me what you see from your side. For instance, we used a participatory method where we used the whole community and gave them an empty map and allowed them to tell us what resources are there, what they use it for. Most of the things that they pointed out are already in marine spatial planning, but because now there's different zones, they're not allowed to access those areas because now they're restricted. They'll tell you, oh, you're not allowed to do this here because this zone is for this. You're not allowed to do this because this zone is for that, but they have been using that environment for ever. And now these new policies and zones are sort of boxing them in, and they cannot participate in the blue economy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good comments. The one thing I think that is important there is to try and address it, co-design it, and products and services that are needed, but also, as you say, to treat them as equals and researchers who have just as much information as anyone else. And I wonder if that would be a way of actually developing a product that could be used by communities, is not just the scientific data that gets plugged in, but also the knowledge data somehow that gets plugged into these resources and be made available to communities. Any other ideas at this stage? I'm not seeing a lot online either. So what we would like to do is actually try and, how did Noki put it, socialize this with businesses. And we've been talking offline that potentially trying to engage with them on how we can address this particular issue and work with businesses more readily. If they're able to support these sorts of services, this is where they want to be able to get involved more. We could maybe look at putting this together in a conversation and taking it forwards to them. So we don't really have a lot of time left for us at the moment, and a lot of people have left the room. We are keen to try and move this forwards in terms of engaging with the rest of the community and building these ocean actions up, particularly as they move into regions north of us. So we want to engage with our neighboring partners in particular within the AU, but also within the G20 countries. So if there are things that you would like to suggest or become involved with, please do. We've had a number of ideas come through today that we've had some notes on. The one thing we need to try and address, and we have an advisory team that's made up of the Troika. So the Troika, I finally get the word right after many months of saying it wrong, is the country that came before us, so Brazil, ourselves, and the country that's coming after us to take over G20. And the groups within those countries, and then we've got the support of the UNGC in that advisory team as well. And within this team, we need to actually, with our DSTI colleagues, work towards that final messaging that goes through to the Sherpas, but also then goes through to heads of state and governments, and what we see from a South African perspective, but also how we want to see the Ocean20 evolve in a G20 perspective. So that framework document we need to, or that final communique we need to put out. It is a thing we will draft, that's our jobs. But if you have specific ideas of what needs to go through, having a look at those recommendations and those themes, if there's strong aspects that really resonate with the needs of the communities that we're facing, and blue foods and food security seems to be one of those. That's why we want to address that in this particular session. But we also need to look at technologies, innovative technologies, as we've described it, in terms of putting sensors out there to get more observations, but also getting that information out. It's easy enough to collect data, but getting that information out into the communities and into the public space. The other thing that is clear, and things you would think are well addressed by now, but ocean literacy and giving out that information more readily to people that need it. So we will be working on that in the coming weeks and months, and we'll be putting out one-pagers and information as we put them together. So the reports, as we have them, we'll put them online. The information, the one-pagers that are going out to the Sherpas, so that you can see how we're trying to address targeted issues and put it back into that space. So please do watch the website and interact with us as we go. At this stage, I think the only thing left to do really is to say that we are doing a dinner tonight for everybody who's in the room at the Protea Hotel at Nelspruit. It's just a networking dinner to carry on a bit of the discussions, or where we've had some inputs. And it's a light finger lunch or finger dinner to just end off this particular event. And then I would just like to invite Gilbert to come up and give closing remarks. Dr. Gilbert Zico from DSTI, who's our main champion of most things. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. I think we really welcome this Inception meeting, particularly because it provided us with the momentum. I think the discussions today, the inputs that you've made, as Tammy indicated, will be consolidated. And once it's consolidated, I think we will still basically ventilate on it, probably during the next iteration of this O20 meeting. The date will be confirmed, but then at that stage as well, we'll also be looking. We'll also, I think, be looking at the ocean actions, basically how far they have been rolled out, and also how the different initiatives. So that ultimately, like at the beginning of this meeting, I think it was indicated that as South Africa, we took a decision that we are continuing with whatever that we have initiated, the actions that have been initiated. We are rolling them out beyond the G20 presidency to ensure that we make sure that to provide life in terms of longevity to the discussions that have taken place today here, to ensure that we are able to maintain what we have. I think we had some discussions, as he said, that with the Brazilian colleagues as well, they also very much excited to ensuring that they also activate, because from their side, some of them have been, as indicated earlier on, there were dialogues and there were recommendations from those dialogues. So as we provide activity onto them, they'll also do the same. So hoping that the next, if let's say, for example, the next presidency, which is the US, if they don't take them up, it's fine. We are moving ahead with what we have initiated. And hopefully the one that will be taking over from the US, they'll then also engage and start, because as you said from the beginning, if you remember the history, was that the Ocean20 discussions, Oceans actually, introduction into G20, started in Indonesia, then India, and then it was then formalized by Brazil. So Brazil then went on dialogues. We then decided, no, we cannot go back and decide and discuss and come up with recommendations. Recommendations have been made. So we want to operationalize. So ultimately, I'd like to assure you that the discussions or inputs here will be consolidated, and to ensure that we action things as they are. And then so that ultimately in the next meeting that will be organized, will also to frame what is taken up, so that this text, it becomes one of the recommendations that are taken up, or resolutions that have been signed for the South African presidency. So we welcome, as you said, we welcome more inputs into this, and then we hope that we will take this further than just the discussions. We don't want, actually, our intention is not to discuss, talk, but then act. Now, thank you very much.
Oh, great. Okay, so for the people online, oh, I lost my laptop. Thank you very much. So we're going to end the meeting now and end the recording. Is that okay at the back? Thank you. Thank you. Bye.